All right. Interesting thumbnail. But here we are. Let's see if I can link this. Didn't think that this would go live so immediately, but here we are. Wow. Incredible. I definitely thought it was going to take me a second, so I was not prepared for this, but that's alright. That's alright. Let's do this. Okay. Almost ready. Copy these guys. There. That's not... What? It's supposed to be a gorilla. Alright, there we go. Hello everyone. Where's my camera? There you are. What's up, guys? First time streaming on YouTube in 5 years. Had to think about it. Alright, let me put on some music for myself, and then we're gonna get started. That's funny. Okay, cool. Let's jump into it. Working on holograms today. So this is what we're building out. One thing I need to take a look at is I think I'm hard coding these fade presets. So I think I want to replace it with a shader. That's going to be a big overhaul, though. I don't know if I want to do that. That's why it's last on the list. All right. Going to be just doing some bug fixes and then adding particles. Yo, what's up, XD? So right now I'm just using this globe sprite, but here's the idea: is it's essentially supposed to be just kind of. I released this asset, man, years ago, like 6-7 years ago, but it was terrible, and or it just needed to be updated. It just needed to be updated, so just updating it and building out a better user interface for it. So here we can just start applying a bunch of different effects and things like that. So we can do different fades. We can change the static noise. We can change the color of the sprites. Let's turn the static down because it's actually very distracting. Backlight I have disabled right now because I'm working on that. We can do artifacts. Let's see if I can turn on some of these. Wow. Love it. All right. My goal today is to just get a lot of work done. Frederick, what's up? Nah, dude. Yeah, this new stream. Who this? My goal is to get as much work done today as possible. I have not gotten to work on fun projects in way longer than... I mean, this is my own fault. So, I want to get as much done on this hologram, and then I'm thinking we bust open competitive monsters and take a look at it. Always hit it, exactly. See? That's the goal. Also, I'm just getting over a little bit of sickness, so enjoy the ASMR sniffles. But yeah, I want to add smoke particles, spark particles, and I need to fix a bug because right now changing the scale doesn't actually... I don't have... Yeah, the scale is not in here because I disabled it, and scaling the sprite doesn't work at all. Smoke particles. Maybe if I can change where you position it, you could position it at the globe's butthole. Alright. Now that would be true game dev. So, let's take a look at some scaling. And then particles. Scaling, particles, more menu buttons and switches. This. Right there. That's what it is. Let's see. I'm going to start with no fade and just take a look at this preset here. It's because I'm using draw sprite part, and I think that's where the scaling... I think I just need to adjust the positioning of it. Because the scaling work, it's just positioning. Oh, how bad is the latency on this? Oh, it's not that bad. Are you writing a shader or what? No, actually, so this asset I wrote forever ago. Like, this was one of the first assets I did. I wonder if I still have the itch page for it. So I did all of it without any shaders because I didn't know how to write a goddamn shader to save my life. But I did add a shader back in because the performance was god awful. And let's see. Here it is. Here's the OG. Oh yeah, I'm using a really weird monitor right now, so you guys are only going to see parts of it. Let's close this. So here's the like original, and the static like would literally to do the static effect. I was literally drawing. I would iterate over the sprite for each pixel and draw random rectangles on each sprite to simulate static. So that was the first thing I got rid of. Oh, I did update this though, so it is. Yeah, dude, it was nuts. Like it would be running like super smooth, and then you'd crank the static up, and it would just like just totally tank the performance on it. It's pretty terrible. And some people are asking about that in the comments here. So, right, this. So, anyways, so there's no shaders aside from the static has a shader, and I want to replace the fade with a shader. The thing is in order to draw the glitch effects, I have to kind of iterate over it. I mean, I could do so much of this with shaders. I just don't want to rewrite the whole asset. My goal was to clean it up, get it a little bit more performant, and then and give it a much better user interface, because I figured you wouldn't have like I mean I guess you could try to have this implemented in like a bunch of different like I imagine there's only a handful of holograms in any given scene. So I figured the performance would be okay. But I am going to try to squeeze more performance out of it without writing shaders, cuz I'm not very good at shaders. I'm just accepting that. So yeah, I literally just iterate over the sprite, and I do that because I keep closing this, but mostly to do this effect here, the glitch here. Right, like these glitch effects, I have to like, again, I could do this with a shader, right? Like maybe I will just eventually convert all of it to a shader. I don't know. But it's not too bad. I should turn on debugging for it. But yeah, so this is one. This was the big reason why I just iterated over it in rows. Okay, enough talking. Let's write some code. Huh? Help me, Mark Overman. All right. So if I set the scaling here, I think that's what I want to get at. Image X scale, image Y scale, and scale. Right, so if I just double the scaling here, yeah, this demonstrates exactly the problem. Well, first of all, this is supposed to be a universal scale, so this should be scaling on the X and the Y. And so we're losing that, and we're also not centered still, even though the sprite is... even though the sprite is anchored here. So this should be scaled twice on the Y and 4 times on the X. And we can see that we're only getting X scale. Which is interesting because I have the scaling applied here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by disabling a lot of these other features, just so it's less that I'm looking at right now. Okay. Wow, beautiful. What a beautiful flat earth, as it should be. So this makes sense. See, I'm not applying the scale to the width, so that's going to be my centering issue. Which means I now want to abstract this because I don't want to do that multiplication every single time. So let's just do a private method here that we can reference forever. And we'll pass in the option to not scale this. Scaled is true. Make it all into one shader. I really should. Yeah, but, you know, here we are. I'm just not currently not leveled up enough to do it. But I know that it can be better than where it is, and I want to release it, so I'm just striking a nice happy middle ground is the goal. Okay, so now I just replace this. That should fix our positioning issue. Wow, look at that. Okay, so now I need to search for every place instance of sprite width. Chances are I need to replace it. Well, it's not that I don't think I could figure it out. It's just with any amount of time, you know, anything is possible. Well, I'm embracing more and more of an iterative approach to like all things in life, I think. Surprisingly enough, like organizing my house has been kind of a step, like a realization for that. So this is just an iterative step towards a more refined final product. We'll get there. Shaders eventually. TBA. Okay. I think this is good. Good. How the Earth truly looks. commit this. Now we just need to fix scaling, and then we get to add new features, which is pretty cool. So it doesn't look like the math is wrong. I wonder if I'm just storing these values incorrectly. Oh, you know what? I also want to re-implement front and back sprites. Yo, what's up, Noah? Hey, man. Look at this beautifully flat Earth. Wow. Proof right here. Okay, I think the goal, I think I'm just going to start spitting out values here. Let's just take a look at what this is. Does LTS have the new sprite string? Can I do this? I cannot. Oh, bummer. I actually really grown to like this new sprite string formatting. I just cannot stand the current state of GameMaker, the standard GameMaker right now. It is so freaking laggy. Especially on my MacBook, it's like unusable. And I try not to be like dramatic. I feel like everyone is always blowing everything out of proportion with that, with like the state of engines, but honestly though, it's real bad. So now I just use LTS for everything that I can. If I can use LTS, I'm using it. It's just so buttery smooth. Okay, I mean, the numbers here are fine. Print out I scale here, just for the sake of it. I wonder if it's another effect getting laid on top of it. How many Where's Waldo books you have? You know what? How ironic that I would search for one. That's what you want me to think. That in my brain. Reported YYC bug recently fixed while roll out. What was it? The Gen 2 Flat Earther rumors? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Honestly, of all conspiracies, that seems like a cool one. Right? Like, that one's a fun one. So please, actually, that would be a... I want to turn everything off. Why is this rendering like this? You can like see line separation here, which is interesting because it looks sick, but that's not what I was trying to do. So part of me thinks there's a secondary effect that's getting drawn on top of it. Maybe. Oh, we're lagging again. Yeah, I mean, I feel like half of my day these days is just getting like grumpy at GameMaker. An odd thing with using functions that return keyboard check evaluations in implicit Boolean math. Oh, interesting. That seems like a big one that would be caught. And that's a pretty commonly used one, I would think, so. Most of his day. Yeah, that's fair. Oh man, I saw his hot take where he was calling what did he say? He compared clean coders to Nazis. Woo, spicy. I mean, I'm here for it though. Like, the spicier the better. Yeah, let me see if I can find the... Actually, I know exactly where it is. I have a screenshot of it. One of my friends sent me a screenshot of it. No, this is from Russell. Alright, I'll open it up. I'll open the screenshot. This was in the public Discord. It's so funny. I love this. Also, private and public are for library Nazis. In any game that I have shipped, I have always ended up going in and turning almost every private into a public because I just have to ship the damn game, not play at Nazi propaganda games with the compiler. Oh, man. Yeah, screenshot collection. Ooh, yeah, there you go. One guy just went off on, he wasn't going off on me, but he was going off just like at the GameMaker community in general on Twitter. It was the craziest thing. I think I just posted like a tutorial video and it was just going off about how toxic the GameMaker community is. So I was like, dude, this is a Wendy's. Like, oh man. Like, I love it. I think it's just funny. I don't hate the take. I would have just used a different. The sentiment is good. The value worked correctly in engine, but stringifying it, serializing it, removed the sign. Wait, so if you were to like subtract a right arrow key from a left arrow key and store that in a variable and then serialize that, you would lose the sign on that? And only with those keyboard? That's interesting. Is there more data baked into those variables that get? Because I would assume something like that would get you would see it with other Boolean operations also. It's interesting. It makes me wonder if there's like more data hidden. Look at to address Russell's point though. It's not wrong, necessarily. Because the main point he's saying is any game that I have shipped, I have always ended up going in and turning almost every private into a public. Because I just have to ship the damn game. That's the core of his whole statement, right? We can, if we strip the beginning part and the end out, that's just fluff, right? And I think that is because people use them poorly, use the variables poorly. You thought you could hide from us on YouTube. Ah, shit. He found me. Uh-oh. I will still troll over here. I mean, you're missing some hot, spicy troll meme material. Only if the keyboard check was returned from a function, and only if this function is in a position A in the expression A minus B. That is such a bizarre bug. This is to remind them that they won't finish their GM project ever. Brutal. Just cut straight to the heart. Ooh. Alright, so our scaling here is fine. Join for game. Oh, god damn. Was that in the GM Discord, like the official one? I'm not sure. I don't know. I was just sent the screenshot. So, I assumed it was. And who knows if it's still up, right? Maybe it was deleted. Here, if I go in GameMaker and I search Nazi. Yep, it's still there. I'm actually a little worried about how many times the word Nazi has been used. It's actually a lot. Just this year alone. Anyway, all right, I'm getting distracted. I need to get out of here. Get me out. Run. Escape. Oh, what? Frederick, I don't know how you found that, dude. That's wild. Okay, we need to disable more rendering because I don't know why this bug is happening. I'm gonna disable all of these. Okay. And then now in sprites, render, fade, none. Let's ignore the glitch. Just want a raw rendering of the base sprites. Okay. The question is why are we still stretched? Here's what I can try doing. Let's just do this. Okay. We draw the sprite index, we draw the image index. The left is 0. The top is sprite height. Minus T. Okay, that's fine. So I'm drawing each line. Okay, what if I do this? I don't iterate over it. No T values. This globe has low T. Perfect. There we go, done. Ship it. Oh, because now, okay. I guess that's a way to find it, right? Oh. Well, interesting. Okay, this also needs to be 0. This needs to be sprite height. I'm turning this into a goddamn mess, but that's alright. Not worried about it. There we go. Okay, we have a scaled globe. So it is in the iteration. Okay. I think I know why now. So here we're assuming a height of 1. And we're iterating over each line of the sprite. So I think this needs to incorporate scaling. Let's try that. Let's just start with that and see. Unassigned variable glitch referenced, what? No, that should not be the case. I think I can just ignore this. Private glitch. Okay, I'm not worried about it. Yep, it's just a bug. It's not actually an issue. And then I think the height here, let's just set this to 2. And again, I want to skip this. What's up, Block? Because what I'm doing is I'm drawing this in slices. What's this going to be? This is just like a packaged holographic effect. So the planet is just a placeholder sprite. The idea is that you can put whatever sprite you want here, and you get a bunch of controls over doing holographic effects, like static, scan lines, glitches, artifacts, reflections, fading, lights, ground reflections, all sorts of stuff like that. So it is just a gigantic holographic effect. did I still have the page up for it? Let's see. I wanted to see when this was published. 2018 was the first release date, so what, 6 years ago, 5.5 years ago. And it was a very, very old, janky, buggy, slow performing version of it. So I'm just updating this old asset. I've totally cleared out, oh, look at this. This is the itch page. Basically, I want to start releasing better quality assets. And when I say better quality, I mean just like good code structure that makes it easy to work with and to modify. And then nice interfaces. So the next one that's coming after this is going to be a move controller, a top-down move controller that I used for all of the projects I've been working on recently. So vector-based movement with all sorts of really cool features. So anyways, it's that's what we're trying to do here. Help me, Flat Earther, you're my only hope. That would actually be cool. Oh, you know what would be sick? Would be to commission someone to do like a Star Wars inspired sprite for this. That's actually an awesome idea. Years ago. Oh, Jesus. So the slices, so I actually think that I keep this height here the same because I don't change the number of iterations I do. I just change the sizing and the positioning of them. So when I say that the top and the height here, I think that this is times sprite y scale. And I think that this is times sprite y scale. Oh no, because this is in... Before I do that, let's just apply it to literally just the positioning. Oh, let's go. I hope to see your take on hitbox to hurtbox. I have a system for it. Let's see, I can pull it up. I just haven't packaged it out. That's the thing, is I have so many of these things, I just need to package them out and create some sort of interface for them. Dude, nullish operators are the best. Probably my favorite feature, one of my favorite features of the new language. I could show you briefly the hitbox hurtbox system I have though. I think I call it what combat box is. Here it is. Is this everything? It is. Okay. That's the section I was looking for. So yeah, I just call them com boxes because I wanted to have hitboxes and hurt boxes, right? But I don't think that these really contain any logic other than, yeah, things like how you want to handle, like specific properties that your project would have for hitbox and hurt boxes. So in this case, we have a knockback, like a fixed tween animation, and then some sort of damage, right? And then I don't think the hurt box actually contains any logic in it. Oh yeah, some toggles for debug visibility and applying the hitbox. Yeah, so then translating the damage. So the idea is that the hitboxes and hurtboxes are very specific to your project, and you would spin those up whenever you need them to do whatever you need them to do. But they would just inherit from this iceberg object. And then this contains all of the actual like collision detection. So so you can assign it a sprite if you want it to use a specific sprite. Otherwise, it's just going to use a square. Let me change this song. This is too much right now. So duration, if we want to define some sort of life cycle for it. If it sticks to the owner or if it should just kind of exist independent. So if you want it to like track with the owner as the owner moves around, it'll keep track of its relative position when it's created, and then it will maintain that relative positioning while you move around. Same with direction if you want to have like left and right facing direction. The biggest one here is the collisions. So this is kind of cool. So we have two things, collision object definitions and then collision filters. So you can define things to filter out if you want to have a collision filter is a function that determines if the current collision should be registered. Filter function should return true if the collision should be filtered and false if the collision should still be registered. So I think though the thing is there's a bunch of configuration you can do on the collision. Yeah, so you can configure precise, not me, ordered, and then you can do repetitions. This was the cool part. So the core feature of the hitboxes is repetitions per, max, and rate. So you can do like a one-time hit. So like the hitbox hits and it registers and then it's done and it never registers again. You can do that so it's a one and done forever. You can do it that it's one until the collision is finished, and then if the collision is re-registered, it'll do one again. So that's the repetitions per and max. So max is like, you have this set to repetitions max of 1, it's only ever going to hit once, ever. But if you have it set to repetitions per 1, then it will hit once per collision that it registers. And then the rate is frame rate. So what I could do then is I could say there's no maximum repetitions and it hits once every frame. So that means we're ticking every single frame that we have a collision to hit. But let's say we wanted like fire damage to only do 5 ticks of damage at a tick rate of once every second. So then I would set, well, there's 10 ticks of damage per interaction, and it's going to tick at a rate of 60. And there's no maximum ticks on it. So we could create a hitbox that has all these parameters here, and so once you collide with it, it will tick you 10 times once every second. And then we have on start and on stop callbacks, which is really nice. And the collision filters just allow you to do like collision groups definitions, basically. So that's it. That's the core of it. It's a very simple object. It's only 400 lines of code. But doing this configuration of like the repetition part was really the most valuable part of it all. I think I have an implementation of it. Oh yeah, so here's our character object. So here I can, oh, this is the move controller. Okay, never mind. Oh, here's our global create hurtbox function. I mean, this code is retired, so I don't know. It doesn't really, it's not still being used. I'm talking about it as though it's still being used. This is retired code, but I don't know what's being used anymore. But yeah, so here's like a global hurtbox create function. So pass in the XY and owner configuration, and then it will create the object, and then assign all the data from it. I like the term comboxes. Yeah, I was trying to think of some sort of like universal term for it. Anyways, I want to like package this up into something eventually, and the move controller, because the move controller is actually pretty nuts too. The platformer move controller was never quite like finished. The top-down move controller is really nice though. I was calling them H boxes. I like that. Yeah, that's not bad too. But yeah, combat box just felt like appropriate. Because then you could do all sorts of things. You could do like wind boxes. You can do like, I don't know, AOE effects. You could kind of generalize it into whatever you wanted it to be. Okay, I'm gonna abstract these methods too. So we're gonna do this. What are you working on these days, Noah? I imagine it's you're building on some of your previous projects, yeah? You also have shield boxes and those. Exactly. Yeah. Gonna use shaders for hologram. It only uses one shader right now. It needs more shaders. Yes and no. Not today, not anytime soon, eventually. For now, it's a very simple implementation. What's up, Holtzy? See, good thing I added the link, dude. You never have found me. I'm doing anything that's Sonic meets TMNT, so all that jumping and rolling around stuff, but with swords and... Holy shit. Is it original IP? Or are you, is it gonna be another like fan project? Man, your last one fucking blew up, dude. As it should have. It is incredibly impressive. What? Crazy talk. There it is. Oh, it worked. OMG, look at this. Oh, I need to add scaling parameters here. Incredible. We're getting there. We're fixing it. We're fixing things. What's up, Club? What's up, mate? Back to where we all started. Should do it Voronoi implementation and then allow cell size. You think Voronoi on a hologram would look good? Oh, I should do my water. The water implementation I had was so good. It was close. I couldn't quite get it like all the way, but it was pretty damn close. Yeah, anyways, this is just like, I'm having a hard time like finding a lot of time to commit to one project, so I think the assets are going to be a good placeholder for now. Yeah, I could do that. We'll see. I want to get a version of this that is like with this interface and the current features published, and then go from there. So the only other features I'm adding to this that are going to be brand new are going to be smoke and like particle effects. Sick MGUI panel. Yeah, dude. It's alright. I've seen better. I'm just kidding. Yeah, Gleb's been doing MGUI stuff a lot. You should see. Oh man, dude, some of the stuff is crazy. Some of the MGUI stuff is pretty insane. The Voronoi is nice in many things. All the noise, yeah. Just keep stacking it. Okay, so now if I say image X scale is 2, we should get a squished earth. Okay, nice. And if I say image Y scale is 2, we should get a proportional earth. OMG. And if I say image scale is 0.5, we should go back to base. Incredible. Our scaling is fixed. Now I just need to implement the changes everywhere. The real Earth. So what did I do? All I did was I just adjusted the... Okay, that makes sense. T minus 1. Okay. Running the colors, I'm gonna get there. I also want to resize. I'm gonna like resize the panel a little bit too, and do things like that. So, also the colors aren't too bad. I actually do like the colors where they're at right now. I was just going through like an identity crisis and trying to figure out what like branding colors and stuff like that to stick with. So, this is what the itch page looks like, and I'm pretty happy with this. So I'm gonna kind of stick to a lot of the same colors. But at first I was thinking about totally like changing everything. Okay, so to get this implemented, I need to replace all of these with the abstractions and apply the positional offset. And I think that's it. So let's go ahead and expand everything. And just get through that real quick. And then we should be able to mark this as done, and then we can do some particles, which will be fun. Yeah, I want there to be just like nice visual like cohesion between the assets and the page, the store page. So that's kind of what I'm still trying to figure out yet. So probably will move away from like the blues and stuff maybe, but it matches the earth, but ideally like this sprite will change. So I should have this be like the blacks, greens, and oranges. Okay, I assume that this this is where I put the multiplication. Let's just run this before I go any further. Make sure the reflection also matches it. Good, okay. The scan line is all messed up still, but that's all right, we're gonna get there. I assume then that this also gets multiplied out, right? I think everything here does. Any Y positioning. We'll see. Cookbook just started? Oh, did it really? Can you drop the link for it again? Or I guess I could just Google it. Cookbook, Game Jam. No, actually, I'm not finding it. I just gotta find the link you sent me. If you have it, you drop it. I guess other people can take a look at it too. Probably not. It's just hard for me to commit the time to it right now, like consistently. Like the amount of hours I'm working for work, this like is really hard to predict each week. It's kind of like as needed type of situation. So it's like really hard for me to even say like, oh, that I have this many hours of free time a week or whatever. Plus, I honestly, I want to. I'm gonna charge for all the assets that I start putting out again. Like I'm not doing free assets anymore. I think it just like there's a level of quality that gets communicated based off of the price, and I want to like actually make things that, because like when I was doing free stuff, I would like subconsciously, like I would, not even subconsciously, I would just like rationalize to myself that I didn't need to maintain it, I didn't need to care about it as much. So like that, I don't know, I just don't want to do that again. You're moving to Serbia. Oh shit. What's the idea? Can you share the idea? I'd be curious. Serbia. Ah, actually, let's take a look at Serbia on a map. Serbia and then... So how long are you going to be there for? Okay, I'm getting distracted looking at this map over here. Probably around a year to get all the docs done. Wait. Okay. So many questions. So many questions. Like, why even make... I guess the main question is, why even move? Club is a secret agent. Oh yeah, he's been playing the long game. Infiltrating. Alright, I'm just going to note this because I don't want to deal with it right now, but check that artifacts are working with new scale fixes. Because the random artifact, random values. Because this randomization here probably needs to be updated, but I'm not gonna worry about that right now. Thoughts on AI gotta? I don't know what that is. Cody's just coming in starting chaos. Is that what's happening? You have to be in the country. You have to be in Serbia to apply for a Finnish permit. Oh, fell for it. Walked right into it. Check that fade alpha values are working with new scale fixes. All right, man. Yeah, we'll do. Yeah, I'm gonna try and make some changes myself, just see how far I can get with it. But I'll definitely let you know. Chances are I'll get stuck somewhere. Like, I know a lot of this stuff is going to be broken. I just do not want to preemptively think about it. So just going to get this base in, and then we'll go through and test everything out afterwards. Like the random values here, the alphas, those all need to take the new scaling into account. The thing is this may not need to take the scaling. Ooh. May not need scale here if scale is applied in random calculation. Honestly, this is probably true. I'm gonna do it anyways. And probably need to do the X scale here, right? Like, if I'm doing all these positionings, yeah. This is fun. God, I can never jump to that key first try. I'm just gonna start looking at my keyboard when I do it. I don't care. I have time when I switch to my home key. Okay, I don't think I need to do any of this. I think it is literally the rest of this is fine. Yeah, do not care about any of that. Let's just make sure this doesn't crash and it looks somewhat okay, and then we will get the other fixes in. Amazing. I also want to add scale values to ImGUI panel. All right. So I'm just going to mark this as done for now. Let's go ahead and prioritize adding this scale because that's going to make it easier to debug all of these things. All right, this will be my first time editing the ImGUI panel, so let's see how well this goes. I guess I should figure out where I want it to go first. I'll just push it at the bottom. Okay, I don't know what these variables, where these variables are bound, but we're just gonna ignore it. Do I have to do anything else? Let's find out. Nope. Easy peasy. Whack, 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 whack. Look at how squished he is. Okay, let's increase the range from like 0 to 3. Obviously, I could make this a text box then. That might be a better idea. A reset button would be awesome. But that's fine. We're gonna start with that. Okay, let's check that the artifacts still work, but I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. Give me a sec. Scared the shit out of me. We're just gonna ignore that. Okay, cool. So let's all right, let's start with the fade values. Let's make sure that those are still working, which they most certainly are not. So come back to fade presets. Oh wow, those actually aren't bad. It doesn't feel like a linear fade, honestly. It feels like very like top or bottom heavy. But it technically looks okay. Refraction. Oh, I got a typo. All right, let's move scale to the top now that I'm thinking about this. And let's fix that typo. Refraction. Yeah, that surprisingly doesn't look that bad. I thought this was going to look terrible. Okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Looking at this, that makes sense. Cool. I need to like change how I think about the sprite rendering because it's using draw sprite part and I'm drawing it in slices. How the math gets applied is a little bit different than I want to think about it naturally. Okay, the artifact stuff is probably going to be broken. That I can say a little bit more confidently because I think we need to account for X scale in the positioning calculations. So let's turn off all of these other features. I want to add checkboxes to just quickly enable and disable these. I should. So the artifact, let's just crank these up to max. Is this the first YouTube stream or just the first one? No, this is the first one I've done in like 5 years. I actually started, my first streams were on YouTube. There's actually, I think there's still some on my channel. I don't remember if there are or not. Let's see. No, there are none public right now, but yeah, my first streams were on YouTube. Honestly, I don't even like going on Twitch anymore. Like the ads are like obnoxious. I think that's my biggest complaint with it right now is the ads. Like I click on, like I very rarely go on Twitch anymore, and when I do, I just want to like watch a stream for like just like a couple minutes or just like a couple seconds just to browse and see like what's going on, and then I click on a stream and I get hit with like a minute or 2 minutes of ad roll. All right, 2 minutes is extreme. Like 30 seconds, like a minute of ad rolls, and it's just like, oh, immediately kills my momentum, and I usually log off right after that. So, like, I'm just, the only reason I consider still streaming on Twitch is because there's still a few people that are like heavily subbed on Twitch, and I don't want to like, I understand that people, there's like a consistency there. And I think there's good community features too. Like I think discoverability, right, is supposed to be better on YouTube, but there's still like good community, like rating and stuff like that is still a great feature in my opinion. If YouTube made finding streams easier, I think YouTube does a really good job of pushing your content out to like random people. Like on my YouTube homepage, I have so many things that are, so many channels that are like 30 views, 100 views, 400 views that get kind of pushed out. Maybe it's because I've engaged with some of those videos a little bit more recently, but I feel like YouTube's really good at just kind of like, I imagine that my videos probably show up on a lot of other people's homepages that like watch just random game dev stuff and GameMaker stuff. Not consistently, but as a way to like experiment and to try to push the content out there a little bit. So I think YouTube does a really good job of like pushing that content out to random people to try to like grow the network. Whereas like Twitch doesn't do that at all. Like that whole concept doesn't exist on Twitch. I guess on the homepage, but like when I log onto the Twitch homepage, it's just like boobs. No, not this time. But yesterday? Oh yeah, if I scroll down. There we go. Recommended just chatting channels. And like, I don't know, there's something about like my mindset when I come on to Twitch. I'm not looking for new content. I don't know, maybe that's just me. Like I'm not going to try to generalize it, but like when I go onto the homepage of YouTube, I'm really open to like random new content. But when I go onto my homepage on Twitch, I'm usually trying to watch something specific, either a specific game or a specific streamer. So I think it's just like a different, like, again, maybe it's just me, but mindset, just very different mindset when I approach like content viewing. Game dev, pimple popping, and bluey. Oh my gosh, what a combination. I feel like Twitch is about destination. That's a good word for it. Yeah, Twitch is, yes, that's a good word for it. Yo, what's up, Dark Snake? All right, let's turn our artifacts up. So first of all, that time on and time off is not working. And yeah, we can see that the positioning is not scaling out to the X. Like they're all centralized right here. I also don't know what speed is supposed to do here. And this should be an integer scroller, not a float. So a lot of these actually need that. Artifact, glitch, and scan line all need. Whoa. Okay, well, let's take a look at this because I already know that it's not working, so. And maybe we can figure out that crash while we're at it. I don't know why this says artifact glitch, because artifact and glitch is a thing. So this should just be called artifact. That is confusing. YouTube stream, let's go. Yeah, I was just talking about how I think I want to do more streams on YouTube. It just makes more sense for the YouTube channel. Because then it's like, oh, hey, you want tutorials? Just click on the YouTube channel. You're already here. But yeah, I was just complaining about the ads on Twitch. They're just obnoxious. It's such a yeah, it is obnoxious. Okay, artifact Y. Don't we default that? No. Interesting. Okay, well that's where it's crashing, because that means this, if this random value hits, it won't crash because then we assign it. But if it doesn't hit and then we proceed, it crashes because this random value didn't register. So what I need to do is actually write these. I just don't know what their default value should be. Osman Sasuke. The dark snake. Ooh. Yeah, I can stream today because I have the day off of work. So it means I get a whole day dedicated to just doing different work. Woo! Wow, amazing. Job sucks so bad, man. How long you been there now? Not that long, right? You just started this one. Let me cook. Dude, let you cook. Dude, Gleb's gonna be your neighbor soon, dude. He's where do you say he was going to? Moving to Serbia. You guys will be neighbors. It's like a quick drive, right? It's like 20 minutes. Why do I calculate the B-box width and height differently than the regular width and height? That's my question right now. Because I don't understand why the beatbox should have any relevance here. Like the bounding box, we're just doing rendering. I don't see why I should have to care about bounding box in the slightest. And that is confusing and concerning. The beatbox. Where's the internship? Like what type of internship? Internships can be fun. I've done some that were great and I've done some that were terrible. So I did one where I just stopped showing up and nobody said anything. It was such a weird internship. I showed up. They like kind of gave me stuff to do. And then like everyone just kind of like wasn't there and then went on holiday for like a month and didn't talk to me at all. And then I still had nothing to do and I just like stopped showing up and it just then that was it. That was the whole internship. It was like almost 3 months. Funny enough, the guy that was the senior engineer there ended up working with one of my other friends at another company that I worked at, that I like did some consulting for very briefly. And he was talking about this guy and I was like, wait, I know this guy. Because he had a very unique name. I don't know if I've ever met anyone else with his name before. And I was like, oh, I know this guy. Crazy. Anyways. Yeah, I wasn't anyone's responsibility. And they didn't normally do internships. So that was the thing. Is like they'd never done an internship before. It was a very small company, like 10 people. And at first they had me like doing stuff, but then after like the senior engineer was doing so much stuff that he was just too busy to manage an intern, which is understandable. And then, so he was too busy. I didn't know what I was doing. I had no skills. Like, honestly, I was a god-awful developer at the time. I had no clue what I was doing. And then everyone disappeared for holiday for like a month. And I was just like, I don't know what to do here. I don't know what to do. And then nobody cared that I just stopped showing up. So I think it was probably for the best. I appreciate them giving me the opportunity. I put that shit on my resume though, that's for sure. Yeah, and it was also unpaid too. That was the thing. So it was like nobody cared. Web dev for the summer. Nice. Good. Yeah, try to find a paid spot. I mean, unpaid internships they have to have, like, I think an unpaid internship has to have a lot of things going right for it to be worth it. But 99% of the time, it's not worth it. Like, just the incentives are not aligned when that's the case, right? Just naturally, like inherently. Yeah, I'll be streaming for a bunch today. Okay, I just need to give this artifact. Oh yeah, I was trying to figure out why I did B-box separation. Let's take a look. Oh no, it's not this. I want to take a look at B-box width. When do I use it? Do I just use it for the artifacts? That's it. What if I just use the sprite and I just totally get rid of this value? Because that would be amazing if I could do that. It's literally just in the context of the artifacts. Oh, and the scan lines. Okay, for the Y, makes sense. If scan, okay, here we go. It's the scan line that is probably what it's being used for. If scan line goes, if scan line gone outside visible part of sprite wrap to bottom. This is weird verbiage here. If scan line outside visible part of sprite wrap to bottom. I just want to get rid of this B-box. What if I just replace all the B-box with just like the raw sprite value? And I'm going to ignore the artifacts for now. I'm just going to do the scan lines. Because if it works for the scan line, I'm going to assume it's going to work for the artifacts. Because again, it just doesn't make sense to do, when we're doing something that's explicitly rendering, we shouldn't be caring about collision masks. At all. See, that looks totally fine. Okay, good. We're getting rid of it. It's going. I'm just going to search it. Sprite, B-box, height. Okay, cool. So now can I get rid of these other B-box values is my question. Oh, no way. That's kind of sick. Like, getting B-box values is kind of nice if the object is moving around, but if I just do relative calculations, it shouldn't matter. Okay, so now we're just back to working with the artifact stuff, so. Let's do this. I could also simplify some of these expressions. I will probably do that. Okay, so where is artifact left used? Something I should do here to make this a little bit more interesting is I should update the hologram position in real time to make sure that, I mean, it shouldn't matter because I pass in the X and Y coordinates in the render calculation anyways. So I'll do that at the end just to make sure it works. Like if the sprite's moving, you know, does everything track along with it, which it should. I don't see why it wouldn't. Okay, so these are world coordinates. So if I change this to between 0 and width, I just have to change it from world space to relative space. But then again, these are baked at on creation. But it's still world space. Okay. So theoretically, here's what I'm gonna do. First, I'm gonna fix the crash so I can start testing this. Artifact. At least it won't crash now, but I should replace those with real values instead of just zeros. So this is no fade, basic artifact, good. Let's turn this on. I want to change. No, it's fine. Let's activate some of these by default by changing some of these starting values. You know, I can just set them here. Okay, now it should start with all of these going. Just make it a little bit easier to see. Let's turn off static noise. Let's set the scanline alpha to 0. And glitch size to 0. Just make it easier to see. So it's not so, there we go. Okay. Now I'm working directly with the artifacts. Oh, I can change the artifact color exclusively? No. That's a cool idea though. I like that. Add that to the list of things to do. All right, let's start by getting this positioning fixed. I change this from 0 to sprite width. And this should be sprite get width because I want this to scale. What are you sipping on? Coffee. Black coffee. The The Costco brand. The Costco coffee is actually really good. It's not Costco brand though. It's Costco coffee. It's just I just get a big ass bag of it from Costco. Hold on. I'll tell you which one it is right now. This one. There's no way it's $45. I don't think it's that price. Oh, this is a 2-pack. Yeah, I don't get the 2-pack, but this thing is fucking huge. It's like this big. It fills up it's a gallon. It fills up a gallon Ziploc bag. And then I just drink that for an eternity before I have to buy another one. And it's actually like really, I like how dark. It's like a nice, really, really strong coffee. Yo, what's up, Grog? Hey, man. 3 full pounds. Yeah, it's actually probably my favorite coffee bean right now. But it's also like good price. What does it say? Monday? Dinky, why are you barking? You drink the beans straight up? Yeah, I'm drinking the beans. Okay, so now the X. Who's he barking at? Dinky, hey. What are you barking at? All right. Yeah, drink the beans straight. Are you working on the AI crypto job still? How are you liking it now that you're 6 months in? 4 months in now, yeah. So, yeah, I'm working on I work specifically on the GameMaker side. What kind of beans? What did I say? San Francisco Costco beans. This one, the French roast. These are the beans. At Costco, good, strong, dark coffee beans. Yeah, I work specifically on the GameMaker implementation, the GameMaker side of things. Do pour over? No, French press. This guy right here. All day, every day. Yeah, it's good. It's good. The project is, I have a lot of feelings about it. I have a lot of mixed feelings about it. I think that the biggest downside is that I just miss managing. I miss working on and managing a large scale project. So right now, a lot of the things I work on are like very small things. But as I work on those small things, I start to understand a lot more. So I get closer to that type of bigger picture technical project management side of things. Like like not the project management side of things, but like managing the technical implementation at a large scale. So I think that's the biggest thing I miss. I'd say that's the biggest downside. It's like right now, a lot of the tasks are just very small bug fixes, single implementations, or single features. But that's just natural. So it's natural for the job, any job that I'm not programming all of it for. But like I go back and look at some like the Atlas code base, and I'm just like, damn, I really, really miss working on like what Atlas was becoming before that stopped. So, but otherwise, like the people there, the dev team is nuts. The dev team is nutty. It's crazy. Like it's stacked team. It really is. And that's pretty awesome. And it's kind of crazy. Like at first it didn't really sink in, but like slowly building out these features, like it didn't really kind of click until recently, but this will be hands down the biggest GameMaker game ever, at least in current history. Biggest, as far as I can tell, it's no, I'm not the only GML person, but like a lot of people know how to do GML, but in terms of like focus and priority, there's really like 2.5 of us. And I say half because one of the guys is part-time. So it's myself as a strictly GameMaker person, another dev as most like almost like 95% GameMaker, and then another guy that's part-time. He does GameMaker also. And that's it. Now there's other people who can do GameMaker, but they're usually doing so much other shit that they're doing like all the back end. So we have a lot of the developers are working on like the microservices and some of the AI implementations. And then one of the guys is doing like a totally like proprietary quest system. So like that's the only thing he does is he builds out this quest system, quest editor that runs concurrently with the GameMaker project and integrates into it and does like dynamic quest pathing. So like that's what he works on, and that's a whole standalone application. But yeah, on the technical, but then that's just the technical team, right? So then we have a content and gameplay team, and they're like, I think they're all like exclusively GameMaker. So they're so I'm one of 2.5 people that do GameMaker on the technical team, and that's building out the systems, connecting the systems to the back end, implementing the GUI interfaces, the menu interfaces. But then there's like a whole content team and a gameplay team where they do more of like the dungeon runs and the balancing and the attacks and like the enemy behaviors and stuff like that. I mean, there's like 40 people on the team. So there's like design team, art team, gameplay team, technical team. And I think that kind of covers it. And obviously there's like business management sprinkled among there too. Oh, I'm gonna have to go let those dogs out. Give me a second. Otherwise they're never gonna stop barking. Okay. There we go. They should be good for a few more hours. Imagine the people divvying up these tasks have some professional game dev experience. From what you're saying, it sounds like they know what they're doing. I can't speak for the other teams because I don't know. But for our team, the guy who kind of is like the scrum master, this is actually his first video game. So he came from more just like traditional software background. But there's a lot of people involved in like the task distribution. So like it is top down, but even inside of but there's a lot of autonomy in the team. So like flow is top down, right? Like CEO is part of the design team who then also works with the art and narrative team. And then they trickle that down to the content team and the technical team, right? But among the content team and the technical team, there's a lot of autonomy to figure out the implementation and to adjust things so that implementation is possible. So even when, so like a lot of times a task will get created, like it's more like, hey, we need this to be done. And then like there's a new feature we're working on that. This is the first time I'm actually getting involved with the feature from the very ground up. So like I'm starting to help with a new feature from the ground up. And so it started as a team meeting with some of the design people, some of the content people, and some of the technical people all involved in the meeting. And then we discuss the requirements, the goals, bring up any issues, address potential implementation like blockages. And then from there, we'll split up things more appropriately. And then we have a general outline, and then we start working on it. But then as we work on it, you know, like if for example, I run into something and I say like, we need to address this, even being one of the newest people on the team, could spin up like a new ticket and get that put into the cycle. So it is very top down, but there is a lot of autonomy, and it's kind of just like shared goal. How many devs on the team? I don't know everyone that's a dev, and not everyone is full-time. Oh, you know what? We have tags on the Discord. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 18. 18 devs. How are they barking? I just let them out. I think they'll stop this time. Maybe not. All right, I'm gonna let them out again because if they keep barking, I'm gonna actually lose it. I just cannot stand the constant barking. And they usually stop if they pee. Oh, I'll be back. All right, we should be good. Should be good for a little bit. I'll see you, Cody, man. Take it easy, dude. See, the problem also is that this assumes anchors in the center, which I think is an okay requirement to have, but realistically, it'd be good to support sprite anchors, not always. Support multiple sprite anchor positions. For now, that's okay. Okay, I can simplify these expressions. So it would be negative sprite width plus artifact width And this needs to be sprite get width. So that we scale it. Okay, let's see how this looks. Yep, that looks all right. So the question is can I abstract this? I think I can, and I think I will. And realistically, I should be able to move this into the update function too. Okay, did I get all of them? Let's make sure this works. Good. All right, I think that's done. I think that artifacts are fixed. So let's. Oh, but the question was, do I need to do the scale here? So X applies our scaling automatically, which is good. Oh, and I want to get rid of the B box here. So we're going to say the X is perfect. I don't need to worry about the X. I just need to recalculate the Y here. Sprite height minus sprite B box. Yeah, I don't understand this calculation. I'm doing sprite height minus the B-box, adding the sprite again. This is very bizarre. What if I don't do this? Let's check the rendering here real quick. So really I want to pull the scale out of the implementation here. Okay, and then now I place it here. Is the mic picking up the wind? It sounds like it a little bit. Is this it? I feel like that should be the simplicity of the calculation. Okay, not quite. Let's just try this. Just want to see what this looks like. And that works. Sick. Love it. Love it. Okay. I think we're good to go here. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to enable each of these features with a new flag. So for example, scan line, artifact, glitch, noise, front light, backlight, reflection, ground, all of those. There's always a dog barking. Alright, let me go let him in. I'm going to implement each of these as I do them before I just go and do all of them first. Put all these checks in here too. Right, because we can skip draw calls if alphas are going to be 0. Oh god, I should do this for all of them. So in order for any of this to execute, sprite alpha has to be greater than 0. So we can start by saying if okay, that's the first step. And let's check that I don't already do that. Okay, I don't. So this should be checking that scan line alpha is greater than 0. Oh, I should just go through and implement all of them preemptively. Okay. And I know I'm going to add a scan line active, so if scan line active scan line alpha, scan line reflection, good. If artifact and again, we're already exiting if sprite alpha, so I'm just never going to worry about this. Okay. And we just do that again. Should abstract that to do I not do that for these other ones? Oh my god, why can't I not type this? $248. Let's see. Ah, yes, good catch. Now I gotta triple check everything. Scan line active. It's crazy that I never like generalized these alpha values here. So, okay, yeah, let's catch this. So same thing, artifact, active. Sometimes the words I type are not the words in my head. It's like crazy muscle memory takes over. I think alpha and I type out the whole word active. And literally just happened now too, so. The amount of times I just like type a totally unrelated word to what I'm thinking. It's like, how did I type the whole damn word? All right, last preset. Whoa, almost there. I want to check real quick. I like the order of this to kind of resemble some sort of hierarchical structure. It's like such a tiny nitpick, but you know, it's a nice way to like try to establish some sort of ruling for it. Wait, did I do this one already? I did. Okay, this is the last one that I'm doing. Okay, I have not done this one yet. All right, cool. This is where I am. God, I'll never remember where these freaking keys are placed on my keyboard. Oh. Okay. Oh, yes. I think I caught everything. Let me just skim through it one more time to make sure. I wonder if I should probably put a glitch active here. I think that should be here. So it's like, actually, if glitch is not active. All right, because we want to do this draw. If there's no glitch, or we hit the mod iterator. I also should pull out that frame. This should be a local alpha check also. I don't know why I keep doing that. Tab, please. Should I just put this at the top? Probably, huh? There, now I can use it everywhere instead of redoing the math on that. I'm trying to do too many things, I'm gonna lose track of them. Oh, I'm also realizing that I don't need to pull out the alpha here because I already have checks for it. This is a redundant check. That's why I don't need to do it here. That's why I don't need to do it here. Catch the other glitch. Oh yeah, that's the other thing I'm doing. Yeah, I'm trying to do too many things. I should just do these one at a time. Oh, and this should not be an and. This should be an or. If glitch is not active, or it is, and we hit this iteration. Do I need to calculate glitch in activation in this? Oh God. Okay, I can't think about that right now. Does scanline conditional need to account for glitch activation? And if I were to be really consistent, I would keep this out of the alpha calculation. Oops. Did I skip a glitch? No. I don't know what button I accidentally hit there. I think I just hit page down. It always throws me off. Okay, the last thing I want to do is make that adjustment to alpha calculation. Sprite alpha should not be in any of these. Oh shit, what am I doing? I think I messed something up. That's good. That's good. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I need to stop replacing it and start multiplying to it, because that's what I'm actually trying to do here. Okay. Ooh. Is that everything? I gotta go back and check the scanline activation and glitch activation with it. I have to also add those members in now. Let's just make sure that the alpha looks good. Good. Okay. Sick. This looks good. I just need to add the members now to the rest of everything else. Glitch speed is supposed to be 0 to 1? Is it? Well, I will trust my note. But that seems odd. I just don't remember the implementation, so quite possible. Holy shit, there's so many. Okay, these are the last two. Woo. Okay. I think that's everything. So I should be able to run it. Hopefully it doesn't crash. Wow, it doesn't crash. Okay, that's totally not working, but that's fine. Okay, let's go ahead and add this. Ooh. Alpha cleanup. Feature toggles. Spelled that wrong, but that's right. Let's add those feature toggles to our mGUI panel. What was the other one? We have backlight, front light, artifact glitch, scan line. Wasn't there another? Ground, reflection. See if that works. I've never used the checkboxes before. Amazing. How to work on a new code base. Guess you didn't work on anything else in the meantime affect your coding organization style. It's given me more appreciation for more straightforward implementations, which I haven't had much time to implement yet, but I think I'm starting to see a lot of the benefits of it. I think so. There was something else I remember thinking about a couple days ago too. I'm trying to recall it. In general, I still do like a lot of the coding conventions I have. It's actually kind of hard to switch between the two, because sometimes I find myself doing one instinctively and the other. This is a hard example because this is one like such a containerized system. One thing I also am really torn on, and I still don't know the answer to this, is what to make getters and setters for and when to use it. And I think the simplicity of some of the web systems is that it gets rid of that question. You don't have to ask that question because you do it when it's necessary. So when do I make a getter or a setter? Well, you make it when you need it. And that is nice. Having an answer for that is nice. Whereas, and when do you use it also falls in. So when do you make it and when do you use it? Whereas sometimes when I have these like hyper nested public private system like variables, the question of like when to create it is like, well, you create it always, which is tedious. And then the question of when to use it is not using a setter is a surprise for other users. Yeah, well, and that's the thing, right? And I think this is something I still don't know the answer to, is like, you know, sometimes you have to nest other logic into the getter or the setter, depending on like how you handle that behavior. And so like, that's why in my mind it's almost nice to always have getters and setters, because you're not having to decide when you use that logic, right? Because like, let's say I'm using like let's say I'm overriding. This is a good example of it, right? I want to use I want to create a z-axis in a 2D game, right? So I want to simulate that third dimension for things like shadows and lighting, let's say, or like particle effects that kind of react to like a z-axis gravity, right? Encapsulating the y position in a getter is really nice because you can control the behavior of whether or not you get the z-axis inside. So I can say get y, and I can either get the raw y value or I can account for z, and I can pass in a parameter. And like, that's really nice because then I can always know that if I need to get the y with the z or without the z, I can do that consistently. But then the question is like, when I build the internal systems, do I use, so okay, I'll generalize the question. Do I use public getters inside of private system logic? That's the simplest way to generalize the question. And I don't know. Maybe I'm just making maybe I'm making an issue out of something that doesn't need to be an issue. But I think that's always my dilemma. So anyways, all of that gets solved when you just don't give a shit about trying to like be authoritarian with this kind of convention, and you just implement it when you need it, and it does exactly what you need. I think there's something nice about that, because I feel like I spend way too much time thinking about this stuff when I'm writing it out. Right, but okay, let's imagine. So one of the things that I try to think about is like, for private methods, it doesn't really matter. So let me, if I understand this, usually when you say usually the variable y is only used in get y and set y. Okay, so I don't need to open up it. Like, let's say I have a get y function. Okay. And let's say that this just returns some y value, right? So you would disagree with this implementation. So, I could say apply z is false. And if apply z, we're going to return y minus our private z value. So this is an implementation I've done before, and I do a lot. So are you saying you disagree with this? Because okay, that's. See, I think that if somebody else is working on the code base that isn't as intimate with the code and doesn't know as much about the code base as I do, for example, I think that this is really nice. Especially let's say I want to do rendering logic, right? Let's say I'm a designer and I'm working with the code and I don't understand the code base, but I want to draw some sprites. I want to draw a sprite, and it's SPR shadow, right? I want to draw a shadow. I want it to get it at the X, and I want to say get Y. All right, and we have an image index here, right? So, okay. Okay. This is really nice because, let's do this. I think that this is really nice because I can say, because this function, this runtime function wants a y value. So it removes the question of, well, do I put a z in here? It's asking for a y. And especially, again, I'm looking at this from the perspective of somebody who is just like scripting out interactions, for example, like combat interactions. So then let's say but then I could say, draw our shadow, and then I could say draw our hero with image index 0 at X and get Y of true, right? Because I want to apply the Z to the hero, but I don't want to apply the Z to the shadow. And again, this runtime function wants a Y, so I know that I pass in a get Y method here, but then I just configure how that get Y actually returns. I think that this is a nice implementation, and I like to think that there's a good argument for this. Of course I do, because it's my argument that I'm making, and of course I think it's a good one. But all right, hold on, give it like 30 seconds. My opinion here is to get Y ground and get Y. More readable. That's true. I can't disagree with that. Yeah, I guess that'd probably be the better answer. Because, yeah, this is not readable. I guess in comparison to your suggestion, this is less readable. Because then I have to look up what parameter goes in here. I remember I was reading the clean code book. This one, my classic. Uncle Bob's. And I think he talks about how methods and functions with 0 parameters are the best methods and functions. Oof. And just like that, I have been defeated. Let me think of anything else. Any other things that I like? I don't know. I still, like, going back to your original question, I still like config structs. I guess it's easy for me to say, like, I think working on a large code base with other developers. So here's the thing. This is the first time I've worked on a large code base with other very skilled developers that have clear design intentions. I hate doing threes this way. That have clear design intentions. So this is the first time that I've been able to actually, like, check my ideas against other people in a way that feels valuable. And so I can reinforce some of the ideas that I think I still have that I like better. So configuration structs, I like these better for configuring constructor instances. I like the idea of one parameter that goes into most of my constructors. I think it reads better. I think it's more organized. I think it allows the opportunity for passing around a multiple configuration, using the struct more than once, the anonymous struct, the anonymous config struct more than once. So I think I like that. I still like that. I like the private variables, but I can see we're having a lot of developers. This is unsustainable. For one developer, maybe 2 developers, for a very small, tight-knit group of developers, private variables are sustainable, but beyond that, they're not sustainable. If there was autocomplete, oh my god, that would be incredible. Yeah, I would love that. Like being able, because here, like, I tried to solve this problem of, like, not knowing possible parameters by, like, here's all of the parameters and their defaults. It'd be so nice if there was a way to, like, configure some sort of syntax autocomplete with that. You won't use the config struct with other developers. Interesting. That seems like an okay. Well, I guess the one thing is I've learned this the hard way. It's very easy to be sloppy with structs. Like, sloppy in terms of creating too many of them, which is, like, a huge performance problem. Trying to I a lot of times forget that structs are passed by memory. So sometimes I'll wonder why values are changing. And so it's like, well, it's because I'm using the same struct. Like, a lot of times I'll do global structs to configure global data, and then I'll pass that down into instances, and I have to be very careful never to modify that struct, because then it modifies the global reference that then affects others in the future. Which is why my go-to is to then parse out the struct into local variables for that constructor instance. The C# getters and setters, I have seen them. I haven't worked with them, but I have seen the implementation for it, and they are really nice. Like the ability to just like define them that way, that quickly and that easily is great. Like after really getting into all this shit for a while, and then seeing someone shared it with me, I was just like, that's incredible. Please. Another thing that I think is that I've learned that I am gonna stop doing is having really clunky hierarchies of structs is not great. Of constructors is not great. So I have this like IB base that I use in a lot of my projects, and I think I just want to get rid of it. But at the same time, it's kind of nice. I don't know. I'm conflicted. I'm very conflicted about it. I'm trying to think of anything else. I like how straightforward the globals are set up in web. I think that my larger projects make it very... I don't know. One of the things that I do is like I give every... One thing I was trying to experiment with, and I like it in theory, is giving every controller a state machine and then having a very... And then integrating the... Every controller has a state machine and every controller has a pub sub, and then really controlling the flow of initializing the games in like in a way that like passes the state. I don't know how to describe it. Passes like who is doing the action, right? Because usually you want to control... I don't know, from my experience, I want to control the initialization of the order of things. So I think one of the things that's nice about that, especially when you have asynchronous requests, like at the beginning of a project, right? Like I want to put my game controller into a wait loop while my secondary controller over here goes and fetches some data. Right? And then once that data is finished, the async event completes, and then we publish off an event, and then the game controller continues on and moves out of that wait state, right? Like, I like that flow because it makes it very easy to plug in new events, especially if you want to start like integrating into other like services. And I think that's really great for controlling the flow. But it does make it very convoluted and very difficult to understand. And so I noticed that there's a small amount of that in web, at least from the little bit that I've interacted with. There is some of that. But I like that it's not so convoluted. Like it's not so complicated. Like I can understand it and make changes to it and still access the global libraries and everything, like global variables, all the macro references very easily. It just does just enough of each of those in a way that's effective. Because yeah, I think I make it too complicated, but at the same time, I think that there are benefits to having a very like tight controller initialization flow. Especially if you want to do anything, like even anything as simple as like Steam cloud synchronization, like which pretty much every project wants these days. So as soon as you do that, it's like give every controller a state machine. That's just kind of like my mindset at this point, because it's going to make your life so much easier in the future. Because I think that's one thing a lot of new developers have issues with, is they like build out this game and then like, okay, now I want to add Steam support for it, for example. But the architecture is so fragile that where do you even begin to try to like inject that into it and keep the game running? It becomes very difficult. So I think the state machines on every controller makes it more complicated, but it makes it more secure. Oh, you know what? I do have a project that I can reference. Not that I haven't already explained this idea to death, but I did want to work on this a little bit today too, so probably will pivot to this after lunch. But again, I haven't worked on a large-scale project since doing that. I kind of put all of this on hold. Oh, I don't know why I still have some of these states templated out. Interesting. I don't even remember where this state of this game is in. I think it is functional. Oh my goodness. I can do stuff. Yeah, the last thing I did was the movement. Oh, look at that. Look at that performance. Woo! Oh God, why is that so bad? Why is it so bad? What is happening? Oh no! How do you even make? I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just rendering I'm just changing the image alpha on it. One thing I've started to do too, that I really like, that's simple. This is kind of just its own thing. I used to build out these, like whenever I had to do abilities, I used to build out really comprehensive ability classes that would like handle everything. And now what I do is the ability class in every project now is just a very simple state machine, essentially. And then in the ability data, I just define any n number of states, and then I write the variables just local to the instance. So like, for example, like here I have two abilities. One is a movement and one is an attack. And I just define basic things like cooldowns or conditions, like activation conditions, and some like sprite data. But then otherwise it's just basic states. And then in the state, I do things like write to a blackboard, essentially. Right, so I use this like blackboard idea I grabbed it from behavior trees, a behavior tree like building, or like a a behavior tree system that I was building. And so I'll just write that to, and I think the blackboard is scoped to the unit. So it's like any number of states and then any variables I need to track. Instead of like trying to put that in some sort of global class definition, I instead write it local to the object, and then I just delete it at the end of the state machine. So like at the end of the attack, when we leave, I just clear the blackboard, and that deletes all the variables, so they're not getting tracked anymore. And it's like, this is the way to do it, because it's, jeez. Oh, he scared the shit out of me. Dang. Hey. Anyway, there was some thing I read once. I don't remember who said it. I should remember because I say it all the time. But it was clean systems, dirty implementation, or clean design, dirty implementation, and I really like that. And I think that this is a good example of it. Anyways, I don't know why the performance is so bad because the movement. Oh, it's probably the pathfinding I'm using. There's probably a bug in the Pathfinder. Getting totally distracted here, that's right. I want to start getting back into this project. Okay, what's our ability here? Isometric Pathfinder, Pathfind on tiles. One of the things I was trying to do with this project is I abstract behaviors into just like these super reusable classes. I don't know. It's oh man, I am excited to get back into this project, but it is a total mindset shift. Oh, Shahan, I don't know if you're still here, dude, but this is actually a kind of a cool thing I'll show. I set up, okay. Oh yeah, this is actually kind of sick. This is probably my favorite thing I did. Check Twitch streams. Oh God. It's so loud even listening to the replay. Damn. Oh my God. All right, this is probably, I also have my mic so far from my mouth. This is probably my favorite thing in this project here is I set up animation curves to do stat distribution. So this is actually probably, where's the other one? Unit. Oh yeah, okay, here we go. This is kind of sick. So the first one is a stat distribution based off of the region. Also, you can change the color of these curves. I made them all the same color as the color palette. Just a little detail. Okay, so, oh God, I need to work on this project more. This project is actually so sick when I think about it. So yeah, this first curve is region distribution. So the first region, the green is the forest, and the orange is desert. And so this does a weight distribution. So it's a 0 to 1. It's their weight is kind of a way I'm thinking about it, and I'm thinking about it as like physical mass So, 0 to 1, what is their mass? Are they the smallest that they can be, or are they the biggest that they can physically be? And I think I do distribute this out to like a number. Oh, no, I don't. Okay. I was doing little devlogs on Twitter. I need to start doing these again. So what it'll do is it determines the region that we're in. So if we're in the forest or the desert, it'll take that. Then it randomly decides amongst the distribution curve on what its weight is. So in this example, what we can see is that like in the forest, for example, they're mostly small, but when they're big, then they get really big. Whereas in the desert, they're more like uniform distribution. It's no, they don't get quite as small, but they also don't get quite as big. I should honestly bring this one down a little bit too, because probably they get even less big than they would in like the forest. Then what we do is we take that weight and we run that weight against their stats. So things like life, damage, defense, speed, move speed, experience per level, and their experience reward that they give. So this is like their standard stats, and then they can override it. So in this case, the emu character has one curve to override speed, because its speed actually shouldn't be the same as other speeds. So in this case, on average, let's see. I gotta go let that dog out again. I don't know how he has to. Some days he doesn't bark at all, and then some days he just barks endlessly. So in this case, as the animal gets bigger, their speed gets slower, which doesn't make any sense. I should actually have this inverted, because if you think about it, like a tiny insect is moving way slower than like a big ass gorilla. Anyways, this is what it is for now. So in this case, as they get bigger, they get slower, which doesn't make sense. I should change it. I was just trying to create diversity, because a lot of them were kind of in that way, where it's like as they get bigger, they get more powerful, which makes sense. So I was trying to create some sort of balance system. But in the case of the emu, as the emu gets bigger, the emu gets faster. Which maybe this should be flipped. Anyways, there's a lot of room for it. So, and then from here in the data on the right, I define like their default range. So the alligator can have a life range from 2 to 4 points, damage of 1 to 2.8, defense from 0 to 1.6, etc., etc. So we go region to get a weight distribution. We plug the weight against their stats. We check for any overrides, and then we get a final output. So this is really cool. I love this system. I was actually really happy with how this came out. It's not very complex to implement, but it's very sad. I really like something about using these animation curves as like stat distribution curves is really satisfying, in my opinion. Your configs into this? Have you told me about those? Okay, we'll come back to this in a little bit. I do want to work on this project today, so I do want to get some more work done on this hologram, and I need to eat food like ASAP. So let me check this scan line real quick, and then I'm going to let this dog out so he stops barking, because he will literally bark until the end of time, and I slowly start to go crazy every time I hear him barking. So oh, so for this implementation, so what's the idea is I would use it for this data here on the right? I see what you're saying. So ImGUI controls to change this. Yeah, I remember what you're talking about. So changing this, and then they would get saved. And yeah, that would be, woo. he just keeps going. It's actually impressive. He's a Chihuahua, so I shouldn't be surprised. I think that's like part of their genetics is the innate ability to be annoying as hell forever. Yo, what's up? No Twitch stream? I'm doing it on YouTube today. I think I'm going to start streaming on YouTube a little bit more. Like when I do stream, it's going to be on YouTube, I think. I prefer the idea of being able to point people to other YouTube content. Whereas there's nothing else to point to on Twitch other than ads. Lots and lots of ads. Ad rolls. Okay. So this is what I wanted to. If scanline active and alpha is greater than 0, I think I say if glitch is not active or it is, because we don't want to check for glitch if glitch is disabled. So I think that this is not glitch active. I think that's what I want to do here. It's impressive. I know you guys can hear him too. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna assume that this is the case. There's more bugs that need to get fixed. I'm also gonna check to see if all those other checkboxes I added are working. So let's see. Oh, well, I haven't added the other checkboxes, so let's do that real quick. So we have reflection. Do ground later. Reflection, we implemented noise, glitch, artifact. We can do noise. Okay. Every time I think I can just like outlast him in a battle of attrition, but he wins every time. Have you ever tried Godot? No, for like 30 minutes. Good don't. I think Godot's cool. I think what they're doing is really awesome. I just don't have a desire to learn another engine. Oh, incredible. Look at how nice it is when we can just do this. Amazing. Okay, I am going to take like 15 minutes to eat food, let these dogs out. Luckily, I don't have to make the food because I prepped a bunch of freaking burritos, which I forgot to take out of the freezer. God damn it! Which means it's frozen. Which means it's gonna take like 10 minutes. But yeah, I'm gonna be back. What is it that you like about GameMaker? I know how to use it. That's my favorite thing about GameMaker. I think it's probably the best 2D game engine out there. It's extremely easy to use. It's got a very low barrier to entry, but a very high skill ceiling. I like that. Guy at a bike shop. Have you tried driving a car? You're not wrong. All right, let's add some text so it makes. Okay, I'll be back 15 minutes. I'll see you in a bit. And then, well, we're going to finish. We're going to add some. We're doing particles next. And then I should really split this up into two. We have a features list and a bugs list. And then a quality of life. Okay, I'll be back. All right. All right, what to work on next? How long has the stream been going for? Started at 8:30. 4.5 hours. Nice. Okay. Do I do particles next? Probably. That would be a nice one. Tone our scale down. Let's change the order of some of these. Okay. Let's add a new tab. And let's go ahead and add do I have ground active as a thing? With height color. And then we want a color picker, which I think there's one up in the sprites. GUI color. All right, let's see how this looks. So we have a new tab, ground. Oh, all right. Let's make sure our reflection is its own. Okay, so we don't need sprite reflection, it's just reflection. I think. Nice. So there's the reflection, there's our ground. Oh, you guys cannot see that. Okay, ground, reflection, reflection alpha, ground width. Oh, it's set to 200, so that's 200 and 100. So let's double that, 400 and 200. Let's go 300 because it may not be always desirable for a 2-to-1 ratio. Can set precision too. That's kind of cool. It looks like it's a tilt effect. Let's do an alpha on that too. Okay, and then so we'll say if ground active and ground alpha greater than 0, draw set. If ground alpha less than 1, draw set alpha, ground alpha. So I don't want to do this draw setting if our alpha is 1. So I'm going to check for that first before restoring it. Var temp alpha is draw get alpha. And we'll return this back to whatever our temp alpha was. I don't like temp. I hate temp as a variable name, so let's just call alpha previous. Okay, and then how do we do precision? Draw set precision. Precision. Draw set circle precision. Is there a get precision? Okay, draw set circle precision. What is the default for this? Default of 24. The problem is I don't want to have settings here interfere with anything else in the game, right? So like if you set your own precision elsewhere, like that's why I do the draw get alpha, right? We capture whatever the current draw alpha is, we override it, and then we return it back to it. It's unfortunate that there's not a draw get precision. Because it makes it impossible to guarantee that we don't interfere with it. So I'm gonna just gut it. I'm not gonna include it as a feature then. And if people want to do change the precision, they can do that themselves. Okay, we've done alpha, we've done color. Let's make sure the alpha works. Let's change the default to 0.2. I think that looks nicer. Change the color. Probably be nice to be able to control the background color too, in case you don't want a black background, but I'm gonna save that for another time. I want to make a superhero game like Overwatch, but it's so out of scope. I have an idea for one that would be cool. But yeah, it is cool. I mean, hero-based games are always fun. It's a hard one to balance, right? But I had an idea for a 2D version of it that would be kind of cool. Finally finished work. God save me from that place. What place is it again? Where? I don't know. I remember you telling me you got a new one, but I don't remember if I remember what it was. Oh, jeez. The balance is the worst part. Yeah, but I mean I think getting to that point is a blessing, because it means you have a game that's playable that you can worry about balancing. Like it's a good problem to have, because it means you have a game that you can balance. I'm not going to worry about supporting multiple anchor points right now. My job is to help solve problems with internet and TV from home. Oh no. Oh man. That's like one of those things that nobody knows how to like. You're like, have you turned on the television? They're like, what? How do I do that? God, the only way it could be worse is if you guys also helped solve printer issues. I might possibly explode if I ever... Yeah, man. God, I keep spilling coffee all over myself. You know, I can't even guarantee that. What I need to do is I need to say alpha previous, I capture it, and then I need to say if ground alpha is not equal to alpha previous. Because then we need to draw it, because this assumes that, again, the default draw alpha is 1, which again is a assumption I don't want to make. So capture the previous alpha. If our draw alpha is not equal to what our ground alpha is, then we set it. means we need to do this calculation a little differently. There we go. Do it again. One thing people don't realize, when you reset the alpha, or reset the Wi-Fi, reset the alpha, when you reset the Wi-Fi, you got to unplug the Ethernet cable also. Got to do both. Not only unplug the power supply, but also unplug the Ethernet. A Left 4 Dead game, but it's medieval, and instead of zombies, it's giant snails. That is exactly the type of game I would expect, Gavin. I love it. It's cursed. I don't know if I want to know how you came up with that idea. See, my idea for a hero-based shooter was to make it top-down, make it 2D, and to make it single-player. And yeah, there's a game kind of like what I'm imagining, but I don't remember what it's called. Let's see if ChatGPT knows what it's called. That's not it. ChatGPT, you are not useful here. Why you need you? Oh man, here's the thing. I'm gonna do smart devices in here. But I think there's only a few things that you should have smart devices. Lights. Every light in your house should be connected to a smart device. Okay, because in a perfect world, you have a lot of lights and you turn them all on at the same time. And there's other things, but that's the biggest one. Lighting. All right. I think we're good. Let me run this, I guess, just to make sure it works. Okay, let's rename the sprite. We don't need sprite to prefix each of these. Okay. Ground has some nice things. Artifact. Does Scanline have color support? It does. I didn't remember if it was implemented. Okay, let's add. What did I just add? Let's commit this real quick. Okay, let's add colors to artifacts because the imGUI is already there. Oh, the color implementation is already here too. Artifact color. Okay. I should really abstract out some more of this too. But I think there's a reason why I can't. Oh, but I definitely could. Is that Windows? Yeah. Oh, you use Arch? Oh yeah? Oh, sick, bro. Tell me more about it. See, I use the sprite color here. This should be artifact color. Nice. All right, I'm gonna gut spark particles for now. So close. Let's do smoke particles. I love the prime time. Decided to try Vim and install Linux. Yeah, I mean, I think they're both skills to have. They're both good skills to have. Like, even if you just know a little bit about it. You don't have to be like a god or some like expert at it, but just understand the basics. A little too silly there at one point. Isn't that your relationship with like every streamer, Gavin? Am I the only one that hasn't banned you? Or are there other streams you have not been banned from? Okay, good. Now, see? I just feel like I hear about a lot more streams that you get banned from. He's the only one. I thought, what's his face? Who's the guy that smokes his bong live and wears his beanie and has pizza shirt on? See, that's how long I stopped streaming. I don't remember anyone's name anymore. Yeah, Sam Griffin. Yeah, didn't. Oh, he came close. Oh, I thought he did ban you. Did not. All right, all right. Take your word for it. All right, smoke particles. Let's do it. It's been a hot minute since I've done particles. So let's see if I remember how to do them. Okay, I think I was just adding out these features. So we want to change, let's just open up the properties here. I don't remember what all of them are. So we have size. We have scale. We have speed. Don't we have more to speed here though? Speed min, speed max, speed increase, speed wiggle. Wiggles! The hard thing about particles is there's so many customizable parameters. Prime agent? I don't know if I've seen who that person is. Oh yeah, I've watched some of his videos before. Let's see some of this. Holy shit, what is wrong with this goddamn lid? How does it leak every time I use it? All right, speed. Oh, there's actually not that much more. I was just about to say, it feels like there's an endless number of these. Direction, gravity, orientation. Blend. Life, step, death. I don't know if I'm going to do all of these. Alright, I'm not lining these up. This is obnoxious. I knew while doing it was a bad idea. Gravity. I'm not doing blend. Okay, life. Life min, life max. Not gonna do that. And we're not doing that. Okay. Smoke a little more crack. Oh my god. Oh man. and chance to be the person that I want to be. I think that, yeah, I think 20s are the most, probably the most like transformative years in a lot of like internal ways. Yeah, I feel like who I am now versus who I was at 18, like it's like a world of difference. So I think that's pretty normal, but I think it's also a good realization to have. It's sometimes it's painful, and sometimes people just kind of block it out. It's good. I think it's good to be aware of, and I think it's good to be focused on it, but just don't become too obsessed over it. I feel like that's something that happens sometimes too. Just a healthy awareness of it, to the point of driving productive change, but not crippling you with like anxiety or something like that. I don't know. It happens, so it's good. It's good. You would have been the COVID grade? Oh, God. My biggest fear is having peaked in high school, and sometimes I have nightmares about having to go back as a 22-year-old. Interesting. I still sometimes have school dreams, but it's always like, hey, I've failed this semester, and I have to. It's like very real, like where I was like, hey, the semester is almost done, and you're about to fail it because you played Hearthstone the whole time. I didn't peak in high school, but my time is coming. I don't know. I think I've listened to I've listened to a lot of different people that talk about a lot of different things, and like think about it. As a guy, when you finish high school, when you're 18 years old, what do you have? You have nothing. You're 18. You have young age, okay, but that's not valuable. Like, not really. Not as like an 18-year-old guy. Like, what does youth really give you? And that's why the military loves you. That's why the military wants you. They want to slurp you up, get that youth in there. But otherwise, you don't really have anything. You don't have a job. You don't have a house. You don't have money. You don't have a career. You don't have goals. You don't have you don't have fulfillment, emotional regulation, meaning, satisfaction, fulfillment, purpose, right? Like, you just don't have any of these things. You have nothing. So I feel like there's so much room to grow, and I think that growth can continue for a very long time. I think well past your 30s. I do think that like peak should be like 40. Like that's what I think peak should be, is like 40. Really, because you're growing that whole time. You should be. You should be finding ways that you can grow that whole time. So I think there's this hype. Oh, like 18, like fuck yeah, I'm young, and I'm out of school, or I'm out of my parents' house, or I'm in the real world. But I don't know. I don't think you have anything at that time. You still have so much more to learn and to grow and to gain and to earn and to build. We're all growers, not showers. 18 is bottom. Exactly. I think one thing that's hard is obviously health issues start to happen. But I think that, if you deal with health issues at a young age, that should be a wake-up call. I mean, assuming it's something you can do, assuming it's something that you can do about, like you can do something about it. I hit 27, and I literally just got slammed with like 3 or 4 like really big health issues, and it was because I was just still acting like I was 20 years old. So it's just a wake-up call, you know, just to, hey, get this shit in order a little bit. Obviously, that's not the same for everyone, but, you know, if you take care of yourself, 18 should be the bottom. No longer a happy kid and no grown-up wisdom. Yeah, it's this weird middle ground, dude. It's a weird middle ground. But it's a realm of vast exploration. Bro's sleeping with his feet over his head. God damn, dude. What are you doing over there? Waking up in a pretzel. No, I haven't been following the details. I've just been seeing people talk about it, but I don't know anything that's going on with it. I feel like every public beef between celebrities is just a publicity stunt. I don't know. I find it hard to take any of it seriously. Wake up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy. Oh my god. Ooh. What the fuck does that mean? Yikes. I don't take it seriously, except for that one. My shoulder's all fucked right now, so let me do my shoulder exercise. Drake dissed saying Kendrick beats his... That's true. I don't ever see Kendrick getting involved with stuff like that, but... Take it easy, dude. It's good catching up. Good luck on the internship interview. And, yeah, man. Take care of yourself. Yes, you're right. Put physique update because Gleb requested. Oh yeah. Gleb's always trying to get everyone shirtless. So I don't know what it is. I'm just kidding, Gleb, if you're listening. No. You said physique check, and then that. Never mind. That was just a dumb joke. Jesus. Oh no. That's funny. Thank you for saying possibly the funniest thing I've seen today. What are you doing? I am working on a holographic effect for GameMaker. So this is an old asset I did 6 years ago, and I'm just cleaning it up, redoing it, rewriting it for the new engine, adding some features, performance improvements, and re-releasing it with a nice little interface. So here we're just using this little globe as a sprite, but ideally you can put it with anything, and it just gives you like lots of just ability to control certain features to it. So we can turn up some static noise, and we can make some scan lines. Turn on some glitching effects. Oh, it's because size is not an integer. I think I need to fix that. It's like a shader? Yeah, exactly. But it's like, imagine you had all the control over it and it's just implemented as a giant class. Working on some UI? What are you working on UI for? For your dinosaur game? Dino game. Do you have a name for it? I just keep calling it Dino game. I can never gauge how to answer people's level of technical understanding when they ask someone is doing while he's coding. You can't. There's no way to gauge it from a question like that. Because when I ask somebody what they're doing, it implies shared understanding of context. So you just have to answer it as straightforward as possible until more details are given. Because somebody who understands a lot of programming asking that question is very different than somebody who knows nothing about programming asking that question. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it. Sorry, just doing some shoulder stretches to fix my fucked up shoulder. Calling it Dino Dashers. I like it. Man, how do you resist? This is something I want to know. When coming up with a name for something, how do I resist using alliteration for everything, right? Like, I feel like alliteration is such a, and this is not a dig on the name at all, but it's something I always think about. Like, I feel like alliteration is the default, right? Like, I want to come up with, the thing is that I've used alliteration for everything. Dead tire. But like I did like a terminal, it was tank top terminal. That was triple. That was the triple alliteration. Tank top terminal. Actually, that's a pretty sick name, not gonna lie. So I guess it's case by case. I guess you can't say that because I'm so yeah, right now we're adding particles to this. So the goal is to add smoke particles to it so that it can emit some smoke out of the back end. Out of the back end. That. Wait a minute. I kind of want to make a Wii Tanks game called Tanks a Lot. Tanks a Lot is kind of a killer name, honestly. Not gonna lie. Tanks a Lot. Is that a game already? It is a game already, unfortunately. I'm sorry, Gavin, but I think it's a sick name. tanks a lot. 3v3 Battle Arena. High Core Labs LLC 4.4 reviews with 321,000 reviews. And it is a mobile game. Mini tanks. There we go. I love it. Let's just change it a little bit. All right, so yeah. Smoke. Oh yeah, let's get that. Oh, here's how we'll do this. There we go. It's the only coding language I know. It's all right. You can learn a lot with GameMaker. You can learn a lot with GameMaker. It was not my first language, but it was the language that I learned and taught me the most. So, without GameMaker, I don't know what I would be doing. Any program, you can learn a lot with any programming language because the most important things are typically not what language you use or the words you type. It's how you think about it, it's how you structure it, it's how you organize systems, and how you manage your project as a whole. Those are the important things, and you can learn that with any language. Which is why the tutorials I make are on the topics that they are, because those are the things that actually matter. All right, let me commit this because I do not feel like doing that again and losing that for whatever reason. I don't need to rebuild it. I'm not changing any of the particle settings. I'm working on something right now and it's adaptive code from. Yeah, I mean, that's what you start with. That's a totally normal thing to start with. You start with other people's code, you start with other tutorials, and then eventually you write more and more. And as long as your hands allow you to type code, it don't really matter how old you are. I do really think of code as a craft. So, you know, you can learn that craft at any age and in any way. Eventually, just read the docs. Exactly, yep. You use tutorials and other people's code to understand kind of how code works and how to make things happen. And then as you start to understand that more, you use less of it. And then you just go straight to the source material, which is the engine itself. And then from there, you start to make your own decisions. Oh, this shoulder is so fucked. I also had an idea for an RTS game where you don't completely micromanage troops at a micro level. You have a global view and you tell AI generals what to do, and based off their personalities, they decide what and what not to do. That's actually a really cool idea. That's a really, really cool idea. Yeah, that's a sick idea. Then you recruit different generals. And then you could have interplay between the generals if you have them work together. They have certain personality traits that that kind of work, that either like, yeah, that play off of other people's personality traits. It's a really awesome idea. It's complicated though, the implementation, because essentially you have to make a full RTS that could be, it's like the level of complexity is even more than an RTS, because you have to make the RTS, but then on top of that you have to have agents that play it and then give them personality types. Like it's very complicated. That would be a very hard game to make. Unless you were to take some pre-existing RTS and use that as the baseline. You know, make like the most generic RTS possible. That would be the way to do it, honestly. To make it actually possible, you just make a very, very, very generic RTS that is like very directly inspired by something else, and then you really hyper focus on the AI level. like rock paper scissors RTS, but with AI. It needs to be a little bit more complex than that because you have to have room to experiment with the AI agents, right? So it has to have some degree of complexity, but you would be like, you want like all the fundamental pieces of an RTS, but like basic, right? So like, being able to mine resources, being able to move units, some basic form of combat, territory control and stuff like that. But it'd be ultra simplistic, mining. You mine one resource, it's money, and then you use money for everything. You have, each general has like one type of unit, and it's like basic unit, like one melee unit, one ranged unit, one defensive unit. Or like that's the type, right? One type of unit. It's a set of defensive units, a set of ranged units. Right? Like you have to have some degree of complexity, and then you build out from there. Well, what would be really cool is then you make the whole game take place inside of one room, and you have like one of those, like, speaking of holograms, you have like one of those like holographic like spheres, like the globes, the earths, where you can walk around it. It's a 3D scene, and you walk around it and you can view the war on this map, on this globe. And then that's it. That's the whole world. That's the play space. That would be pretty complicated to do, though. So you start with just a 2D map on a wall. That's it. And you're just looking at it from this high level. And then eventually you could map that onto a sphere, and then give your camera the ability to move, right? It's very easy to scale those things up, but you start really basic. I had this really. It reminds me of this idea for a game I had that I really wanted to do, where it was a dungeon crawler, but you don't like just like think of like an old school 2D, like roguelike dungeon crawler, but you don't actually move the character at all. You control sliders that change personality traits. So like curiosity, like focus. Like willpower, strength, like all these different personality traits, and then you just change the sliders in real time, and then the character moves around the dungeon, and you have to solve these like dungeons by trying to like fine tune the right amount of like distributing stats amongst like sliders. So all you're doing, I was thinking of it as like a mobile game with like a touchscreen, and all you would be doing is just like controlling these sliders, 4 or 5 different sliders, and then this little window, a little rectangle would have, or a little square would have like the character moving around the dungeon, right? And then, so if it's really high in curiosity and really high in like confidence, and it sees an enemy, like if it's really high in curiosity and really high in confidence and really low in focus, and it sees an enemy, it's going to go attack the enemy. Or which sometimes you may want to do. Or maybe you just want to get to the exit as fast as possible. So you would really want like really high focus, low curiosity. I guess confidence wouldn't matter too much there in that case. Well, I guess low confidence, right? So, but then I think it would be tricky to just like balance something like that, right? It's an interesting idea. It's definitely like a game jam worthy idea to explore. And it would be pretty easy, I think, to start with, because you would just have, you would pathfind to the exit if certain conditions were met, right? Like, what is a perfect pathfind? Right? It's like, it's all those traits I just talked about, like high focus, and the hard part would also be figuring out what those personality traits would be too. But like, you know, if you have maximum focus, minimum curiosity, you min-max that way, then your character just walks straight to the exit every single time. But then what you do is you have enemies that interact with the character. So having just that like hyper-focused playstyle wouldn't be successful, because you'd end up running into enemies that would like defeat you that way. I don't know. It's an interesting idea, but it just reminds me of where you kind of take a step back from that role of managing the actor in the scene itself, and you manage some more like abstract concept. Make it no visual. Well, you have to have some sort of visual, but it could be like an old school war map on a table with like figures, and then you receive information from like scouts. Right, that would be a way to do it. I just don't. I think that would be a little bit harder to do. I think if you're going to have this thing where there's a certain, because you need to find this balance between control and unpredictability, right? And if you can't monitor the situation in real time and you don't have total control, it's going to be just totally unpredictable chaos. But if you can monitor it in real time and see like, whoa, what's happening here with this general, and then immediately act to replace them or make modifications, then it gives you some degree of control over it. But like, I don't know. It's an interesting idea. All right, I just need to figure out where to spawn these particles. How do I want to control that? I want to give the player some control over range. So I guess where do I give... I'll just do the same thing I do with the artifacts. Oh, but I don't really give control over that. Oh, I could do, okay, spread. That would be the value. Okay. Active amount spread. I was trying to think of like a single concept that would make this easy. Smoke spread. We'll start with 2. So this is interesting because, okay, we need to pass X and Y through the update now. Because everything else that we've been doing is just strict rendering. So everything is relative positioning anyways, but now smoke actually exists in the world space. So we can't ensure, we don't have any sort of like relative positional awareness. So we'll just pass it in. And then that way I don't have to worry about figuring out where this thing is existing. So then, okay, if I run this, I should just get a bunch of particles creating in the center. Smoke is active. We create the smoke particle. We create the type. Update is active. Smoke update. We pass in hologram update. We pass in XY. Smoke update if smoke active. True repeat smoke amount, which is 1. Create on our particle system, our XY, our particle, the number. This should be okay. Why can I not see it? Maybe the depth of the particle system. Let's just give it some arbitrary value for now, and maybe we will edit it. Let's disable our ground. Oh, you know what? I should start to customize these properties. Okay. Let's disable our sprite rendering itself. So before we go any further, so we're going to say visibility, visible. Okay, but that's everything. I don't want to totally disable all of that. So we need to add a new flag here. Sprite active. Just wanted to figure out where I wanted to put it. Okay, cool. I want to change the verbiage here. Yeah, that's true. You can't. It's because I'm using a really weird monitor. So it keeps centering it here. I need to remember to keep dragging it up. Thank you. Enabled artifact. Okay. All right, so the question is why am I not getting any smoke particles? Let's check our smoke properties and see how these are looking. So, well, our size is 1. So let's do this. Size, we're just gonna make them very large. Let's just see if size was the issue. Okay, nope. Let's get rid of our depth sorting. Oh, I see something. I see something. There's a single pixel. Holy shit, wait a minute. Ah, it's still 1 pixel. What is happening? How big do they need to be? Well, size I don't think is changing it. Life is not the problem. Scale is 1, that's fine. Our PT shape is smoke, which is not a pixel, so it should be fine. It is smoke. Life, angle, we don't care about this. Gravity amount, we don't care. Direction, no. Speed, alpha, scale, size. Alright, let's just make sure. I think we are, but just for the sake of thoroughness, let's just make sure we're hitting this point. We absolutely are. Okay, well let me update spread. So X is going to be X spread is X plus random range of negative smoke spread this pixel should move around the screen now. Oh! Incredible. Let's give it a spread of 100. Look at those pixels. You can't even see them. Look at those pixels. Incredible. Let me fix this problem right now. Window, set, position. There, now it'll stop spawning out of frame. All right, it's happening. I just need to change some of these preferences now. Let's make sure I'm passing all these parameters in properly. Yeah, everything seems fine. I wonder if I just increase the size or do I need to start scaling it up? Because... Okay, let me try increasing this scale. Does look the same to me. Yeah, I mean the other, it's hard to know if the other properties are working. It's just... I mean, we're destroying and creating and destroying things, that's for sure. Ugh. Okay, those are correct. I still don't think it should be a depth issue. Okay, let's get rid of some of these parameters and just go defaults. Oh, you know what? It's probably because I'm not setting, it's because I'm not rebuilding this. I need to immediately invoke smoke rebuild. That's why. Because that only gets called if I use a setter, which I'm not using any setters for. Yeah, now they're ginormous. Still too big. There we go. Okay, this is progress. Okay, we have to scope this to other before we invoke it just because of how static methods are handled. Okay, so now we can actually start to so we're gonna go angle min, angle max is 360. let's set amount to amount is fine. We need a new parameter called rate. Okay, let's do one of these every 10 frames. Good, let's set some other default values. Alpha 2 is going to be 0.5. Alpha 3 is 0. We could have alpha 1 be 0 and then alpha 2 be 1, fade in and fade out. I don't remember if wiggle it happens every frame or if it's just on creation. It is every frame. That wiggling looks a little spooky, not gonna lie. Okay, so scale min. Let's add these in real quick. Okay, the direction we go, let's just say 180 to, let's do 0 to 180. Okay. Size min will be 0, size max will be 1. Increase will be negative 0.1. It's too much. 0.05. I don't know if I like that smoke shape. What was the other one? Dust? Cloud? Yeah, that almost looks better. So how do I really make this look good? Essentially what I want it to do is I want it to kind of like pool out from under it and to kind of like spread, right? So really I kind of want it to either go left or to go right, and then it to kind of just like sit on the floor and have a really long lifespan and then like slowly fade out. And I almost want it to be visible like immediately. Alright, it needs gravity. But not like that. Let's make it overall less visible. We'll increase our rate. Oh, all right. Now we're starting to get somewhere. Let's decrease the spread a little bit. Honestly, if I just set up GUI sliders for these, I could just edit it in real time, right? I have to do it anyways, so maybe I just do that right now. Shape I'm gonna ignore. So we have size min, size max. Okay. What I'm curious to know is how these I need to invoke rebuild. after each one of these is changed. Like, it's not just a simple variable binding. All right, well, I'll get there. Okay, cool. Those are all done. I need to go. I need to. Yeah, give me a second. All right, so we should be able to edit them here, but it's just not gonna make the changes in real time as much as I would like for it to. All right, let's see. We might get an answer to this right now. Okay, in a few minutes. All right, we'll get an answer to this shortly. All right, let's decrease the speed. It's gonna help it feel a little bit better. I wish I could like cap the gravity, but maybe there's no gravity. Maybe if anything, the gravity, we go upwards just like the slightest amount to make it look like it's like filling the air. Less gravity, like less, even less gravity. How do I go less gravity? Slower speed too. Okay. Starting to look like something. We're going to decrease the rate. What's our direction? Still 0 to 180. I guess that's okay. The trick is that I need them to be in front and behind. So, oh god, the dogs are going again. How is this possible? So what I need is I need a back system and a front system. And what I'll do is I will do half of it up front and half of it in the back. the fuck do I set a system? Part system depth. Part system depth. Okay, whatever. System front. Let's just try with really low numbers first. So for now, let's start by doing the back particles. All right, I need to go let those dogs out again. Otherwise, they're just gonna bark until I go insane. So. I don't know why I don't have any particles though now. Oh, it's because amount is 1. So I have to do at least a minimum of 2. Okay. All right, give me a few minutes. I gotta let these dogs out. Lay down. Go on, lay down. All right. Okay, I think we got our answer on how to add callbacks. So let's see if we can do that here. So we just add support for a callback. Okay, let's see if this works. Oh, we need to do it on a float slider also. Hey Dinks, I gotta move this, alright? Don't be spooked. Alright, I'm just moving this chair. It's alright. You'll be alright. Okay, I think we got our answer on how to add callbacks. So let's see if we can do that here. Okay, so let's just throw this on something like size min. Now this will take a function of the new value. Let's just show debug message of value. This will confirm that this callback is indeed working. What did we say that was? Size min. So smoke. Okay. Slider float. label value from to, we need to skip format. Leave format defaulted. Incredible. Okay, so then the thing that we need to do is these are scoped to so I think we do this, and then these all get smoke prefixed. Okay, and then now I just want this to be actually scoped to hologram. Now these all get, so this becomes smoke dot is going to be underscore smoke dot. Okay, now here we can say smoke rebuild. It's all just so we can access this method later on. Nice. And now we're getting reactive real-time updates. Okay, so that means we just need to tack this onto the end of every slider that interfaces with the actual particle system. That's true, huh? That's a good idea. And yeah, that's actually a much better idea. Awesome. Yeah. The only thing that needs it is our checkbox now. For now, okay, yeah, I'll remember that. Yeah, for now, the value that it returns actually doesn't matter. We just need to invoke a rebuilding of the particle. But I will try to remember that. Oh, this one doesn't take a format parameter. Okay. Does int take a format parameter? It does. Nice. Sick. Okay, I'm almost satisfied with where this smoke is, and then we can wrap this up. I want to change the color. Is part type color not a thing? I thought it was. Oh, there it is. I just missed. I just totally missed that for some reason. Return 0 recognizes the change from the checkbox. Gotcha. Okay, cool. I guess we do that here too. If return 0. Okay. Smoke color. Ooh. Ah. Oh, that looks kind of trippy. Hey Gleb, I don't know if you're still in chat, but one thing I want to do is I want to make the width of this way thinner. Like cut this in half and stack these tabs underneath each other. It's like literally cut the width in half and then more tabs, rows of tabs. Yeah, let me merge it in. Hold on. There you go. MGUI, the branch should have it. Yeah, you should be updated. Oh no! Oh, my project was deleted. RIP. Oh, it is using LTS now, by the way, just so you know. I created new folders in it, so I don't know if it's gonna make it shouldn't make much of a difference. I gotta use the restroom. Give me a minute, guys. Yeah, that's fine, dude. That's fine. All right. All right. They have 2 different resize policies, but none of them make the items stack. Is there a way to make them, to position them on the left-hand side? Because one of the things right here, you can see that this just covers up so much of the screen. I'd like it if it was a lot more narrow. This looks good. I'm just thinking about it. I'm just thinking. Yeah, let's do this because this gives me so much more room for future expansions, right? Because right now every expansion grows it width-wise. This one at least will just grow it the list. So yeah, let's do this. This seems like an improvement. Because yeah, then we can change the width of the right-hand panel. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's do this. Because I want it to be as narrow as possible is the goal here. I should grab LTS for... Dude, LTS is buttery smooth, dude. I don't want to use anything else. Using standard on my MacBook especially has been horrible recently. It's just been so bad. And there's not bugs, it's just slow and laggy. And the only bugs right now that drive me crazy are keyboard shortcuts get broken with every update right now. So it's like keyboard shortcuts keep breaking and just like don't work for entire updates, and it is just so like, and I hate to complain about it. Like I feel like everyone is always complaining about the performance and stability of GameMaker, and I never want to do that, but right now it is just unusable in some ways. But anyways, so LTS all the way, in my opinion. Yeah, on Windows it seems to be better. Yeah, on Windows it is better, but yeah, I mean it's not even comparable. On Windows it is objectively significantly better, but on Mac it is just, it's unusable right now, honestly. All right, I'm wondering how much more I want to work on this, and I might pivot to, because what do I have left? I have a bug, front and back sprites. Let's change the order of this. Okay. Yeah, you're good, man. No rush. All right, so the only thing that we have left to re-implement are the front and back sprites. And then that's it in terms of functionality. Then it's some performance, bug fixes, some documentation, and replacing the fade with a shader. I think I might want to do GitHub docs for this, but we'll see. No, I definitely do want to. This would be a nice step in the right direction, but I'm just wondering how much more I want to work on this today. I guess I could do the front and back sprites. That would be pretty easy to do. The smoke doesn't look bad. I still think it could be better, but I don't know. I feel like it's not terrible. The only downside is we actually don't get any smoke reflection. Oh, and I was going to do depth sorting. That's what I was doing last. Was going to try to get some of the to get smoke particles in front of it. So that's actually what I want to do real quick. Because right now smoke is only behind it. And then I'm realizing now though that we have no smoke on the reflections. So smoke. Yeah, I'm not going to change that one at all. Just going to change some implementation. Let's see what our default depth is here. So interesting enough, if I set this to any negative value, oh, we do actually see it. Oh, wait. I only want to render the front. Oh, okay. It's working this time. Set it to 10. -1 doesn't do anything. -10 doesn't do anything. Let's see if -100. Okay, we'll go -200 because we might be on the 100 layer. And is that in front? Ah, there we go. Now we're in front of it. Okay. Let's make sure that back renders. All right. This is where we will leave it. Okay. Good, we have depth sorted particles now. Woo! All right, I'm gonna just leave that as is. That's not a bad setting for particles. There's a little awkwardness, like it does spread a little bit too much out here. Maybe its life max is just too much. Yeah, that looks kind of sick, honestly, not gonna lie. What if I change the ground? To like be like just the size of the particles. Maybe a little bit bigger. Oh, shit. This is where I should probably split the front and back smoke. Because like it might be kind of cool to have the front smoke be one color and the back smoke be a different color. Oh, we are not allowed to change the spread for some reason. Oh, definitely have some bugs here. That's right. Nice. The smoke looks as good as I was hoping it would. I figured that would be a nice, like, addition. So I'm very happy with that. Because now if I set the noise, like if I kind of build it out a little bit more thoroughly, the speed on the artifacts is still kind of weird. It's like an inverted speed, and I should set the width and height max values to be different. Yeah, really now it's just the front and back lights that are missing. And I should make the glitch, the artifacts larger. All right, I'm gonna add to this, but that's all right. I'll just resolve the merge conflict later. It's not a big deal. This will be the easiest merge conflict to resolve. Artifact, let's set our max to like 50. Oh yeah, these look much better. Like obviously these are too big. I love cranking this thing up like all the way. Gives it such a wild effect. I want the scan line to be thicker. I want the speed to go faster. Ooh, yeah, I need to fix all of those divide by zero bugs. Oh, I forgot that I had alpha on this, because sometimes I was thinking this effect was just like way too strong. I should also randomize this value. It's too uniform. Alright, I want it to go thicker, and I want it to go faster. That's a 20 speed. Oh my goodness. It's like too fast. Part of me wonders if I should expose all of these smoke controls, but probably just leave them, just set the defaults. I would love to have a reset defaults button, but all right, let's update to do. Divide by zero crashes. What did I just say before that? I'm totally spacing on what I just said I wanted to do. I got distracted by the divide by zero crashes. Let's talk about the scan line. Oh yeah, randomize. Time on, time off. Yes, that was it. Reset to defaults. buttons. All right, I need to break this up into core and updates because I don't need to finish all this to get it released. I just need to get some of these done. So replacing with the shader. This seems like a bug that may or may not happen. This is optimization. Reset to defaults is a quality of life feature. Honestly, this one is a feature. All right, we have our crash fixes, re-implement front and back sprites, and some GitHub docs. Honestly, I should be able to finish these today. And then that'll just leave GitHub docs left, which will take me 3 months. Perfect. Yeah, I've actually never done GitHub docs either, so this will be a first for that. The thing is I want the docs to be public, but I want the tool to be paywalled. I guess I could just make an empty repo with the documentation and point it to the store page. I'll figure that out. Okay. Let's get these divide by 0 crashes. So really, it's not... I mean, I should prevent these sliders from going to 0, but realistically, there's also a problem with the implementation because we should be catching those. So I imagine... Okay, here we go. Speed. Hologram 1243. If artifact speed is greater than 0. Okay. That should catch that. So artifact speed can come to 0 now. Good. Should maybe fix that bug. I don't know. Was that the only? Oh, and smoke spread. 1641. Okay, cool. There it is. This is the only bug, is I bound this to the wrong value. So now I should be able to update smoke spread. Good. Okay, now it's just front and back sprites, getting in the new MGUI stuff, and then making some documentation for it. The thing about the front and back sprites, there was something I just did not like about them. I think it was because I was using a static sprite and I was scaling it, so the pixel scale was pretty gross. Which, I mean, it happens here, but that's fine. It's a little bit more understandable for... before I forget. Smoke reflection. I think to do smoke reflection, I think I just create another particle system that emits the particles in the opposite direction with the reflection fade applied to it. Reflection alpha. Like, I just flip the gravity and I just apply the reflection visuals, color and alpha to it. Okay, so yeah, so it makes a little bit more sense to have chunky pixels when it's the core sprite. There's not really much you can do about that. But when it's like a visual effect, it seems a little less forgiving. So part of me is thinking I should render these front and back sprites, backlights, using like, I could do a primitive. I could just do like a shape. And then that way it could start as a rectangle, and then I could just like cone it out and cone it inwards. And then have that render nicely. I also think I want a general smoke scale. Oh, okay. What is next? Oh yeah, the front and back lights. So yeah, here I'm using a sprite. I think I want to not do that. I also think I'm gonna just delete all the front light stuff and just duplicate it from backlight once that's done. Because it's the exact same thing, it's just render ordering. Okay, so we have alpha, color, and scale. I'm gonna get rid of scale property, and we're gonna use a width top and a width bottom. Because I want to support non-square shapes. That would be nice. We don't need a sprite because we're not going to use it, so width top, width bottom. Okay. Oh, I really don't remember how to do primitive drawing. It's been a minute. I'm trying to think, is there a easier way to do this? I could use surfaces. No, we'll just do this. What does draw vertex take? Oh wow, this might be extremely easy actually, since it's such a simple shape that I'm trying to draw. Okay, I'm not going to worry about any of this. Let's just get something on the screen. Just going to say, draw primitive, begin. PR triangle strip, I think. Let's just see how it goes. All right. Draw vertex. Let's see, to do a triangle strip, I need... Why don't I just draw a picture? Every time I try to map this out in my brain, it never is effective. Essentially, this is the type of shape I'm trying to draw. So we're going to assume a starting point, and we're going to assume that this width can be kind of anything like this. Yeah, there we go. So if we assume that this is the top, then we need 1, 2, 3. That will draw this into 2 triangles. And I think the order here absolutely matters, so let's do and we should get a square that covers up the entire. Incredible, amazing. So now what we could do is we could say x minus backlight width top times 0.5. I should add some more parameters to this, but that's all right. We'll start with this. X plus backlight width top. X minus backlight width bottom at y Amazing. Should have done this a long time ago. What's up, dude? Holy shit! He's here! That is the easiest thing I've ever done in my life. Amazing. Oh, yes. I love this already. All right, let's update our backlight params here. So we don't have scale anymore. We just have width top. And width bottom. And I should add height parameters too. Watching GML be typed is so soothing. Typing it is also so soothing. My body is relaxed. Get a little bit back into game dev. Ooh. Cooking. The classic game dev pastime. Cooking. When you can't cook with code, you cook with food. When you can't cook with food anymore, you cook with code. It's a cycle. And God said, let him cook. Ah, see? Look at this. I need colors. I don't have any colors. Let's increase the max to 500. Let there be food. Time zone, it is 4:30. 16:30 right now. It is just beginning to be the late afternoon, early evening. You know what I've been doing? I've been painting miniatures recently. That's been my and learning hardware, electronic components. I've been doing a lot of shit, guys. It's been a while since we've caught up, but you're in Scotland. Oh, nice, man. Welcome. Welcome in. Let's see. I'm at 50 days on my Duolingo. I got a 50-day streak on my Duolingo. I've been reading a lot more, been painting miniatures, I've been sleeping better, staying sober more, waking up early, learning electronics, lifting a little bit more. Spanish Duolingo, yes. Yeah, Spanish, a little bit. It's been good. I feel like, it's on a day-to-day basis, I feel like things aren't improving, but then it's important to zoom out, right? And then when I zoom out, I kind of and I'm like, oh shit, I've actually made a lot of progress on things that I've wanted to do. So the only thing I'm trying to do less of right now is play video games, dude. Overwatch and fucking Overwatch, it destroys my life, dude. You guys want to see? This will crack you up. I got this thing. I think I showed you guys this before, but this right here is a lockbox with a timer on it. Let's see how many days are left on it. 7 days, 17 hours, 16 minutes, and 46 seconds. And inside I have my controller and my mouse. And I bought a fucking trackball mouse because who's gaming on that? And now I cannot play video games for 7 more days. But it's effective. It actually is very effective. I think Overwatch has got to be one of my favorite games of all time. It just makes me so angry. I think it is such a wonderfully crafted game. Aside from balance issues, I mean, if we just ignore that, I mean, like the idea, like, and the execution is so good. Anyways, Spanish Duolingo C. Oh, we gotta hire a Spanish mod over here. Bro grounded himself. Yeah, for real, I did. Somebody take my. If my parents can't take my video games away, I'm gonna take them away. I can lock this thing for up to 2 weeks at a time. So it's pretty great, honestly. Oh, this looks awesome, Gleb. This looks... Oh, yeah. That looks so much nicer. That looks good, dude. Yes, please. Dude, this backlight with primitives is the easiest fucking thing ever. I don't know why I didn't do this the first time, because I didn't know primitives existed. It's actually wonderful. All right, you're pushing up. All right, once Gleb pushes, I'm gonna pull and merge, and then we'll show in real time. Do you remember the poolside sesh? I do. I want to do more of those. I didn't realize the mic settings were so fucked up. It's because I had an audio or like a cutoff filter on it to cut off background noise, and I needed to disable that. So the audio was so fucked, and the internet out there is still terrible. So I got to fix the internet by putting an extender, and then I got to disable all those. I'll probably do another one, but smoking just makes me feel terrible the next day. So I'm kind of like over it in a lot of ways, but every now and then still. Yeah, dude, I love the vibe of that. I want to do that again. Like, I want to do more of that. I had been talking, like, I'd been brainstorming that whole session for a while. And so it was exactly what I wanted it to be, which was just like a chill hangout session. By the pool with the laptop out. Like, I loved the format of it. I definitely want to do it again. I just need to fix some of the technical stuff. It's a nice new little setting. That's true, right? Yeah, that's true. Who else is doing poolside game dev streams? That's a good point. That's a good point. I should see what it looks like during the daytime. That's a good point. Yeah. All right. Joined 7 hours late. What's actually the end goal of this? So I made an asset. I created a little package, library, class, asset, whatever you want to call it. What did I say? 6 years ago? And it was a cool idea. I needed more time to become better at programming to do a better execution of it. So this was the old asset here. And you can see, like, this was the interface, was using arrow keys in this, and the performance was terrible. So what I want to do is I'm creating a new one. and I'm making the performance better, I'm making the user interface better, I'm making more features, and just generally doing a better asset altogether so that people can download it and implement it into their project very, very easily. So you can see on the right is the entirety of the system, and on the left is how we implement it. So all you really have to do is just do this, and boom, now your sprite renders with all of these really cool holographic effects onto it. So, and this is essentially the idea is, well, let's control a lot of different parameters here. So, you know, I can put on static noise. I can change the alpha. I can change the sprite, the color of the sprite. I can scale it up a little bit. We can turn on reflection alpha here, change this ground just to give it some ambient. We got smoke here, cool artifacts. Let's go some scan lines. Can enable our glitch. Crank these artifacts up. So yeah, oh, and then the backlight is what we're working on right now. So, you know, being able to so we got to add the color to it. Oh yeah, that's what I forgot to do. So yeah, it's basically just like a visual effect that you could just like plug in and implement. Charitable developer code? No, I charge for. I'm charging for them. It'll be like $5-10, something like that. I don't know. But I do have all my YouTube tutorials for free, so you know, it's all out there. Pushed up. Okay, $75 easy. No, it's too much. I think I want to start setting the minimum. It'll probably be like $10 because first of all, inflation. So that shit is real. But also, I think $10 is a good price point because it needs to be. I want it to be of a certain quality that I feel compelled to maintain it, and I feel compelled that it's actually good and worth real money. Because if I can't justify charging a decent amount of money for it, then it's probably not an asset that needs to be made. All right, let's go ahead and pull the changes. And we have a merge conflict to be expected. Let's fix this real quick. Whoa, what happened? Oh, it's just missing. Okay, accept incoming. I don't know how to do bulk comments in Visual Studio, so there we go. All right, let's see what this looks like. Gleb just went ahead and updated the ImGUI for us. Let's see. Ooh. Oh yeah, this is much thinner. Oh, look at this. Incredible. What? Oh, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's me messing things up. Incredible. Well, yeah, and this is an asset, man. I can't even count the number of hours I've poured into this now. I don't even remember how many hours it took me to do the original. And then it took me like 5-6 hours to redo it but a guy hired me. He gave me some money to update it. He's like, hey, will you update this? I want to use it. Do you still have it? I want to use it. Will you update it? So I updated it for him. And then now this round of edits. So there's been a lot of work on it. It's crazy to think about, and this is one of those things that, like, if you were to use this for like a cutscene or like a main focal point in a project, it'd be pretty damn cool. The descriptions, yeah, the descriptions are fine. I'm gonna go ahead and fill it out. One thing I want to do, is there a way that we can enable and disable this here? What I would love to do is I would love to have like a line that draws from this panel. It doesn't have to be this one. Let's say that this one didn't exist. Let's just pretend like this one didn't exist for a second. I would love to have like a line that drew that said like right click me. And then you right click on it and then it opens it up. And then you right click and it closes it down. I guess that makes sense because I can just enable the hologram debug, right? Or the update. Oh wait, space is toggle? Oh, shit, it's already there. Okay, yeah, I can do that. I can do the clicking registration then. I was like, wait a minute. Awesome, dude. Thank you for getting that so quickly. Holy shit. This looks so much nicer. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to push the globe to the right so that it's not in the center of the room. So we're going to say hologram is width times, let's go 2/3 of the way over. Thanks, dude. I'll see you. See you around. Oh yeah, that looks nice. Can I change the starting position of this? It's not that big of a deal. It's such a minor detail. That looks nice. The way it's framed like this with 2/3 here, 1/3 here. Okay, awesome. Let's commit this, and then let's do the other light, and then I think that's it for features, and then it's just documentation. And then we have version 1, I guess I should call it version 2 done. And then I need to set the default values that I think look good for starting. Okay, so front light. Oh, I want to do height also. Backlight. Let's do height. Okay, and then when we render, our top is going to be y minus backlight height. Easy. Easy peasy. Oh, and let's add color to it. Yes, thank you. Color brief. The light drop off as it goes higher. I have this, maybe this is what you're talking about, like the ability to define kind of how it fades out. So here if I put it where it fades up, it starts out 0 and then it kind of grows into it. Maybe that's kind of what you're talking about. It would be nice to add those same fade properties here to the light then too. There we go. I think I just have to define the vertex format to support alpha values. Let's do GameMaker primitives. Let's take a look at the docs again because I don't remember. The thing is I would love to not define a vertex buffer. Even though it'd be more performant, but does draw vertex color have alpha? It does. Draw vertex color. So I can get rid of the draw set. Oh, yes. What if I want 0 refers to the left edge of the sprite, 1 refers to the right edge. What if I don't have a texture? Can I still use this? Draw vertex color. Oh, yes. This is what I want. We don't need to do any of this. And so I saw you type color without a U. GameMaker supports both of it actually, but color. Isn't that like a vodka, like an alcohol? A couleur? What's nice then, that means we can distribute different colors and alphas to different points. So backlight. And color, good. So now we do color top, color bottom, alpha top, alpha bottom. Is that it? I hate it when I do that. There we go. No? Oh, that's fair. Oh, and we have to apply it to the reflection too. All right, backlight. Alpha top. Ooh, look at that. Oh. Ooh. Oh. Amazing. Oh, you guys can't hear the music. I can, but it's very appropriate for right now. Liquor. Actually, liqueur and liquor are different. So, you know, gotta be very specific. Liqueur is the weak liquor, appropriately. You know, I'm leveling up, dude. can I do this all in one primitive is the question, or do I need to define a new primitive? I'll just define a new primitive for now, and then I will, and then I'll see if I can simplify it. Okay. So I change the order of these. This one goes first. This one goes second. This one goes, but then we go plus. And the alpha is, well, and then we just have to apply reflection alpha here. Yeah, I was streaming daily for like 4 years. Right? How long was it? At least 3 years. No, it was like 4 years. Yeah, I was streaming every day, pretty much, for like 4 years. But eventually, you know, you gotta work. If reflection active and reflection alpha is greater than 0, say x minus width bottom, y. So we go left, right, left, right. It's the same order that we draw our others. We go color times reflection alpha. We should be able to see this. Oh, there it is. Okay, so let's crank this down. Let's crank this all the way up. Let's go heights. There it is. Oh, we got reflections. Okay, now the question is, can I just get rid of this primitive here? Oh, no, because this is not guaranteed to happen. So I'm just going to leave it. Oh, but I think I need to switch the colors of these, right? No, maybe not. Color bottom. Okay, that's good. Backlight reflection. Oh no, the classic acid syndrome, dude. That's a classic though. Like there's happens to the best of us. Yeah, I probably won't stream for a bit. Let's see. I can tell you when the next time I'll stream. The 18th. All right, I'll stream on Saturday the 18th. Here, I'll put it in my calendar so I don't forget stream. I'll start early too. There we go. That's the next stream. And then who knows after that. I'll see you later, man. Nah, I can't do that. Not until we agree on how to spell a single goddamn word. Appreciate you stopping in, dude. Take care, dude. YouTube's chat sucks compared to Twitch. Yeah, but it's less ads. How many ads have you guys gotten while being here? Serious question. That's a real question. I don't know the answer to that. Hot tub stream? Hot tube stream? All right, and now I duplicate all of this for our front lights. 0 ads everywhere because of ad block. Well, now, aren't you a badass? Damn. Oh, Holtzy, dude, I saw Bill Burr live last week. Or the week before that? I don't know, a week or two ago. It's crazy. It's definitely the... Oh, I was going to say that's the biggest comedian I've seen, but I saw Louis C.K. right after he came back, too. The venue here was much bigger, though. Oh, Billy Redface. Dude, I was sitting pretty far back, and dude, his head is so goddamn bald and white. Like, it's like the most noticeable thing about him. Like, even from like afar away, like it's like it was like its own spotlight. Oh man, that's funny. All right, let's activate this one too. Jay Okerson? I'm going to MS to see Kill Tony in August. Oh, man. That'll be sick. I can't... I would love to see Kill Tony in person, but I just cannot watch the episodes anymore. It's like a certain level of cringe that I can't... It's more of like a freak show than it is a comedy show. Like, I think I saw someone describe it as like a modern day freak show, and I feel like that is a good, accurate representation for it. It's just like I've come to realize that cringe makes me uncomfortable. It hurts too much. All right, let's see if we have front lights now. There it is. The front light. So the idea here that's kind of cool is you can do different... You can do like different colors and you can layer them. So like I could do like this nice blue as the front, and then I can enable the backlights. I can change the width parameters a little bit. And then I can make it like this. It really doesn't look like they're coming through the reflection. It's so subtle. All right, let's set their height default to 300. All right. Sick. I think that's done for features. Now I think it's just descriptions and docs. Big J, I'm not familiar with his stuff. I'll check him out. Yeah, I don't recognize him. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom. Give me a minute. I'm out of water. Okay. Description time. Let's add some descriptions. Description for the main tab. Description for the ground tab. I don't know. What is a description? Artifact makes sense. Some of these make sense. Artifact. Scan line. Big fat line. That's what the scan line is going to be. Poop from a butt. Yes, thank you. That's what it will be. Does that even make sense? Am I just making this up? Oh, it's very short. Okay. It's like one line. It's like horizontal line. Horizontal line. That's the description. Horizontal line. Wow. Wrap the text? Oh, I can't do that? Okay. Horizontal line. Like, I want it to be, like, self-explanatory, right? Like, does that, if that makes sense? Like, I want it to be so obvious what these things do. Horizontal moving line. There we go. Obviously, things like artifact, glitch, scan line, backlight. I get that would not be so obvious, but some of these. Smoke, particles. Front light. Light rendered in front. Light rendered behind. Line skips. Oh, that's nice. Oh yeah, okay. All right, I might have to add some of those in. Let me take a look at that once I get these. Artifact. Square pieces of sprite. That doesn't make it. Squares. Of random size. Squares of random size. Yes. Things on the ground. Things on the ground. Yes. Reflections and other stuff. Beautiful. I am a master of words. Reflections and other ground stuff. And stuff on the ground. Squares of random size. Randomly sized squares. Flickering squares. Squares of random size. Line skips. That actually makes sense. Horizontal moving line. Light rendered behind. Light rendered in front. Smoke particles. Sprite. General sprites. Admiral ground. Ground and mimics video artifacting. I can't use the word in the description. That is rule number 1. Sprite. General sprite control. Reflections and stuff on the ground. Ah, beautiful. Flickering squares of random size. Line skips. Horizontal moving line. Light rendered behind. Light rendered in front. Smoke particles. Oh, you know what we need to do? Smoke reflections. Floor debris. The other thing I have here that I think I disabled is I added like an ambient bass synth that just kind of in the background, which I wanted to add more control over. I think I disabled it. I'll play it so you guys can hear it. That's it. Hold on, let me play it so you can hear it at the same time. Embrace the true experience. Shit on the ground plus reflections and shit. Yeah, of course. Wait for the pitch shift. Wait for it. Hold on. It's coming. That's it. I gotta trim the empty space after it. Incredible. Vibes. That was the idea. Pretty sure that planet has an animation. Make it spin. That would be sick. If you can find, I mean, I don't pixel art globe animation. I don't even remember where I got this from. Let's see if Itch has anything. Globe. Space. Oh. What is this? Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Give me different colors too. I want different colors with the seed. Terrain, wet. Oh. Ooh, that is nasty looking. I love it. GIF. Oh, incredible. Ooh, I love this. Gas giant. Oh, stop it. What did I just do? I downloaded. Stop it. No, stop it. No love for spinning asteroids. Oh, black hole. That orange one was so... Ooh. Can I have all of these? One each, please. Oh, no. No. Yeah. Let me drop it here. That's nasty. I think I like the dry terrain. These are cool. There's no way that's the default colors, right? That's so sick. Just give me the GIF. What's the PNG? It's a still. Classic. It's very choppy. Maybe let me try Okay, I like the number of frames. It's too fast. Let's go back to 10 seconds. Yeah, but it's alright, whatever. Less frames, less you know, I'm really worried about memory on this one. That is sick as hell. It's too fast. Maybe I do go real slow on it. Because the other one wasn't animated at all, so literally any motion whatsoever will be cool. There might be too much noise on that. Let me try the dry. Should I turn off the dithering too? That might look a little bit nicer. I'm trying to I really love the effect, but part of me thinks that like it's too noisy for like it almost hides what the asset's doing, right? It's a blend between looking awesome and looking clear. In jail with me. Oh, it's still building? No way. Yeah, this is super, super cool. Yo, this build is actually taking a long time. It's only 3 sprites. Project failed to save. Okay, let's try this again. Uh-oh, it's having an existential crisis. Let's change the image speed. That seems like a good parameter to be able to control now. There we go. That's kind of awesome. Yeah, this is actually crazy. Okay, I think I just want to add the ability to change between sprites then. So let's do this. Oh, it's 2 whites. Yep, you're right. You're right. What's up, Devin? Hey, man. Alright, can I change it? Ooh, look at that. Ooh. No, it's not. It's not worth it. What's it for? It's just for people to use. Yeah, it's just a little asset library toolkit. Is this compatible with GMS 2.3.7? Oh God. No, probably not. Probably not. I mean, maybe. No, I don't. Maybe. I don't know. It's possible. You have to try it and let me know, I guess. File a bug. There we go. A feature request. Okay, that looks sick. Not gonna lie. Haven't been on Discord much. How's Solo Never just finding work going? It's good, dude. I've been working at one place for 4 months now. I can use this for the space game, which I refuse to port to another engine, which is why. I don't think there's anything that would be problematic. I guess. I don't know. I'll send it to you, dude. You can try it. All right, that looks pretty sick. Still not lying. Oh, I can only scale size up to 1. I need to increase the max size here because I want the smoke to be bigger. Both. Yeah, so I'm working on a project here. I'll drop the link for quite possibly the biggest GameMaker project that's ever existed. You can always control click and input a value. Oh, that's good to know. Ah. What is biting my ankle? Just my imagination. Yeah, I've been working on this one for 4 months now. The Dark Planet. All right. I think this is where I'm going to wrap up stream, guys. It has been 9 hours and 20 minutes. Beefy stream, but all features are implemented. Now we just need to do... Well, no, I got to get smoke reflections. That's it. Just smoke reflections. That looks like the planet I was born on. That's funny. Oh shit, watch out. Cursed. Oh, here. What I'll do is I'll quickly capture a GIF of the other sprite real quick. We'll do a different configuration here. Let's disable everything for a moment so I can... I can still see the scan line, even though it is disabled. Okay. I need to fix this glitch. It's definitely not working the way I want it to. Like this time on, time off, I don't think is working. Okay, that's not bad. Yeah, it's spending way too much time on and not enough time off. So that needs to be fixed. It's just too much. I want it to be more of a subtle effect, but... Dude, it's a beefy stream, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm getting off here in just a second to grab this last GIF. But yeah, this is like too much time. This is, oh, no, I don't want to, no mouse in it. All right, done. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Appreciate you guys stopping in as always. You guys are awesome. It was good to do this. Let's catch up again soon, huh? I said next stream was gonna be the 18th, maybe. I have it in my calendar. I'm gonna try to make it happen. But otherwise, you know, we'll just keep them spontaneous and special in the meantime. So, appreciate you guys. I'll see you. Adios.